Section 16 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 11, Part 2.
Now one summer eve, as Ravaloke rested under the shade of his garden palm, and I studied beside him great volumes of magic, it happened that after I had read certain pages, I closed one of the books marked on the cover Aleph, and shut the clasp louder than I intended, so that he who was dozing started up, and his head was in the sloped sun in an instant, and I observed the shadow of his head lengthen out along the grass plot towards the mossed wall, and it shot up the wall, darkening it, then drawing back and lessening, then darting forth like a beast of darkness, irritable for prey. I was troubled, for whatso is seen while the volume Aleph is in use hath a portent, but the discovery of what this might be baffled me. So I determined to watch events, and it was not many days ere Ravaloke, who was the leader of the armies of the king of Old, was called forth to subdue certain revolted tributaries of the king, and at my entreaty took me with him, and I saw battles and encounters lasting a day's length. Once we were encamped in a fruitful country by a brook running with a bright eye between green banks, and I that had freedom and the password of the camp wandered down to it, and refreshed my forehead in the coolness. So, as I looked under the falling drops, lo, on the opposite bank the old beggar that had given me such fair return for my alms, and Kabdrab his hump. I heard him call,
"This night is the key to the mystery,"
and he was gone. Every incantation I uttered was insufficient to bring him back. Surely I hurried to the tents and took no sleep, watching zealously by the tent of Ravaloke, crouched in his shadow. About the time of the setting of the moon I heard footsteps approach the tent within the circle of the guard, and it was a youth that held in his hand naked steel. When he was by the threshold of the tent, I rose before him and beheld the favourite of Ravaloke, even the youth he had destined to espouse me. So I reproached him, and he wept, denying not the intention he had to assassinate Ravaloke, and when his soul was softened he confessed to me 'twas that I might win the Princess Gorgelka, and she urged me to it, promising the king would promote me to the vacant post of Ravaloke. Then I said to him, "Lovest thou Gorgelka?" And he answered, "Yea, though I know my doom in loving her, and that it will be the doom of them now piping to her pleasure and denied the privilege of laughter." So I thought, "O cruel sorceress, the birds are men!" And as I mused, my breast melted with pity at their desire to laugh, and the little restraint they had upon themselves notwithstanding her harshness. For could they think of their changed condition and folly without laughter? And the folly that sent them fresh mates in misery was indeed matter for laughter, fed to fullness by the constant meditation on the perch. Meantime I uncharmed the youth and bade him retire quickly, but as he was going he said, "Beware of the genie Karaz." Then I held him back, and after a parley he told me what he had heard the princess say, and it was that Karaz had seen me and sworn to possess me for my beauty. "Strangely smiled Gorgelka when she spake that," said he. "Now the city of Old fronts the sea, and behind it is a mountain and a wood. There the king met Ravaloke on his return victorious over the rebels. So to escape the eye of the king I parted with Ravaloke, and sought to enter the city by a circuitous way, but the paths wound about and zigzag, and my slaves suffered nightfall to surprise us in the entanglements of the wood. I sent them in different directions to strike into the main path, retaining Kabdrab at the bridle of my mule. But that creature now began to address me in a familiar tone, and he said something of love for me that enraged me. So I hit him a blow, and then came from him sounds like the neighing of mares. And lo, he seized me and rose with me in the air, and I thought, the very heavens are opening to that black beast, when on a sudden he paused, and shot down with me from the heights of the stars to the mouth of a cavern by the putrid sea, and dragged me into a cavern greatly illuminated, hung like a palace chamber, and supported on pillars of shining jasper. Then I fell upon the floor in a swoon, and awaking saw Kabdrab no longer, but in his place a genie. Oh, my soul! Thou hast seen him, I thought at once. 'Tis Karaz. And when he said to me,
This is thy abode, O lady, and I he that have sworn to possess thee from the hour I saw thee in the chamber of Gorgelka,
then was I certain 'twas Karaz. So, collecting the strength of my soul, I said in the words of the poet, Woo not a heart preoccupied, what thorn is like a loathing bride? Mark ye the shrubs, how they turn from the seed, the sea's rough whispers shun, but like the sun of heaven be, and every flower will open wide. Woo with the shining patience we beheld in heaven's sun.
Then he sang, Exquisite lady, name the smart that fills thy heart. Thou art the foot, and I the worm. Prescribe the term.
Finding him compliant, I said, O great genie, truly the search of my life has been to discover him that is my father, and how I was left in the wilderness. There is no peace for me, no understanding the word of love, till I hear by whom I was left a babe on the bosom of a dead mother. He exclaimed, and his eyes twinkled,
"'Tis that thou shalt know in a span of time, O my mistress. Hast thou seen the birds of Gorgelka? Thy father Feshnavat is among them, perched like a bird."
So I cried, And tell me how he may be disenchanted. He said,
"Swear first to be mine unreluctantly."
Then I said, What is thy oath? He answered,
"I swear when I swear by the identical."
Thereupon I questioned him concerning the identical, what it was, and he, not suspecting, revealed to me the mighty hair in his head, now in the head of Shagpat, even that. So I swore by that to give myself to the possessor of the identical, and flattered him, and said he,
"O lovely damsel, I am truly one of the most powerful of the genii. Yet am I in bondage to that sorceress Gorgelka by reason of a ring she holdeth. And could I get that ring from her, and be slave to nothing mortal an hour, I could light creation as a torch, and broil the inhabitants of earth at one fire."
I thought, That ring is known to me. And he continued,
"Surely I cannot assist thee in this work, other than by revealing the means of disenchantment, and it is to keep the birds laughing uninterruptedly an hour. Then are they men again, and take the forms of men that are laughers, I know not why."
So I cried, "'Tis well, carry me back to Olb." Then the genie lifted me in the air, and ceased not speeding rapidly through it, till I was on the roof of the house of Ravaloke. O sweet youth, moon of my soul! From that time to the disenchantment of Feshnavat, I pored over my books, trying experiments in magic, dreadful ones, hunting for talismans to countervail Gorgelka. But her power was great, and 'twas not in me to get her away from the birds 1 hour to free them. On a certain occasion I had stolen to them, and kept them laughing with the stories of man to within an instant of the hour, and they were laughing exultantly with the easy happy laugh for them that perceived deliverance sure. When she burst in and beat them even to the door of death, I saw too in her eyes that glowed like the eyes of wild cats in the dark. She suspected me, and I called Allah to aid the just cause against the sinful, and prepared to war with her. Now in my desire, which was to liberate my father and his fellows in tribulation, I knew pure, and had no fear of the sequel, as is declared. Fear not so much as fear itself, for armed with fear the foe finds passage to the vital part, and strikes the double blow. So one day, as I leaned from my casement looking on the garden seaward, I saw a strange red and yellow feathered bird that flew to the branch of a citron tree opposite, with a ring in its beak, and the bird was singing, and with every note the ring dropped from its bill, and descended swiftly in an arrowy slant downward, and ceased it ere it reached the ground, and commenced singing afresh. When I had marked this to happen many times, I thought, How like this bird to an innocent soul possessed of magic and using its powers. Lo, it seeketh still to sing as one of the careless, and cannot relinquish the ring and be as the careless, and between the two there is neither peace for it nor pleasure. Now while my eyes were on the pretty bird, dwelling on it, I saw it struck suddenly by an arrow beneath the left wing, and the bird fluttered to my bosom, and dropped in it the ring from its beak. Then it sprang weakly, and sought to fly and soar, and fluttered, but a blue film lodged over its eyes, and its panting was quickly ended. So I looked at the ring, and knew it for the one I had noted on the finger of Goorelka. Red blushed my bliss, and 'twas revealed to me that the bird was of the birds of the princess that had escaped from her with the ring. I buried the bird, weeping for it, and flew to my books. And as I read, a glow stole over me. O my betrothed eyes of my soul, I read the possessor of that ring was mistress of the marvellous hair, which is a magnet to the homage of men, so that they crowd and rush and hunger to adore it, even the identical. This was the power that peopled the ivory of Goorelka, and had well nigh conquered all the resistance of my craft. Now as I read, there arose a hubbub and noise in the outer court, and shrieks of slaves. The noise approached with rapid strides, and before I could close my books, Goorelka burst in upon me, crying, "None, none!" Wild and haggard was her head, and she rushed to my books and saw them open at the sign of the ring. And then began a combat. She menaced me as never mortal was menaced. Rapid lightning flashes were her transformations, and she was a serpent, a scorpion, a lizard, a lioness in succession. But I leapt perpetually into fresh rings of fire and of witched water, and at the 50th transformation she fell on the floor exhausted, a shuddering heap. Seeing that, I ran from her to the aviary in her palace, and hurried over a story of men to the birds that rocked them on their perches with chest-quakes of irresistible laughter. I flew back to the princess, and she, still puffing on the floor, commenced wheedling and begging the ring of me, stinting no promises. At last she cried, "Girl, what is this ring to thee without beauty? Thy beauty is in my keeping." And I exclaimed, How? Smitten to the soul. She answered, "Yea, and I could wear it as my own, adding to it my own when thou art a hag." My betrothed, I was on the verge of giving her the ring for this secret, when a violent remote laughter filled the inner hollow of my ears, and it increased till the princess heard it. And now the light of my casement was darkened with birds, the birds of Goorelka, laughing as on a wind of laughter. So I opened to them, and they darted in, laughing all of them, till I could hold out no longer, and the infection of laughter seized me, and I rolled with it. And the princess, she laughed too, a hyena laugh under a cat's grin. And we all of us remained in this wise some minutes, laughing the breath out of our bodies, as if death would take us. Whoso in the city of Alburas, the slaves, the people, and the king laughed, knowing not the cause. This day it is still remembered at Olb as a day of laughter. Now, as the stroke of the hour, the laughter ceased, and I saw in the chamber a crowd of youths and elders of various ranks, but their visages were become long and solemn as that of them that have seen a dark experience. 'Tis certain they laughed a little in their lives from that time, and the muscles of their cheeks had rest. So I cut down my veil and cried to the princess, "My father is among these, point him out to me." Ere she replied, one steppeth forth, even fresh Nabat my father, and called me by name, and knew me by a spot on the left arm, and made himself known to me, and told me the story of my dead mother, how she had missed her way from the caravan in the desert, and he searching for her was set upon by the robbers, and borne on their expeditions. Nothing said he of the sorceries of Goorelka, and I, not wishing to provoke the princess, suffered his dread to exist. So I kissed him and bowed my head to him, and she fled from the sight of innocent happiness. Then I took the ring, summoned Karaz, and ordered him to reinstate those princes and chiefs and officers in their possessions and powers, on what part of the earth whatsoever that might be. Never till I stood as the lily, and thy voice sweetened the name of love in my ears, heard I aught of delicate delightfulness, like the sound of their gratitude. Many wooed me to let them stay by me and guard me, and do service all their lives to me, but this I would not allow, and though they were fair as moons, some of them, I responded not to their soft glances, speaking calmly the word of farewell, for I was burdened with other thoughts. Now when the genie had done my bidding, he returned to me joyfully. My soul sickened to think of myself as his by a promise, but I revolved the words of my promise, and saw in them a loophole of escape. So when he claimed me, I said, "Hi, lay thy head in my lap," as if my mind treasured it. And then he lay there and revealed to me his plans for the destruction of men.
Or,
Said he,
they shall be our slaves and burdened beasts, for there is no restraint on me now that thou art mistress of the ring and mine.
Thereupon his imagination swelled, and he saw his evil will enthroned, and the hopes of men beneath his heel, crying,
and the more I crush them, the thicker they crowd, for the identical compelleth their very souls to adore in spite of distaste.
Then said I, Tell me, O Genie, is the identical subservient to me in another head save thine? He answered,
Nay, in another head 'tis a counteraction to the power of the ring powerless over it.
And I said, Must it live in a head, the identical? Cried he,
Woe, to what else holdeth it?
I whispered in his hairy pointed red ear, Sleep, sleep, and lulled him with a song, and he slept, being weary with my commissioning. Then I bade Feshnavat my father fetch me one of my books of magic, and read in it of the discovery of the identical by means of the ring. And I took the ring, and hung it on a hair from my own head over the head of the Genie, and saw one of the thin lines begin to twist and dart and wreathe, and shift lustres as a creature in anguish. So I put the ring on my forefinger, and turned the hair round and round it, and tugged. Lo, with a noise that stunned me, the hair came out. O my betrothed, what shrieks and roars were those with which the Genie awoke, finding himself bare of the identical! All heard them, and the sea foamed like the mouth of madness, as the Genie sped thunder-like over it, following me in mid-air. Such a flight that was! Now I found it is not possible to hold the identical, for it twisted and stung, and was nigh slipping from me while I flew. I saw white on a corner of the desert, a city, and I descended on it by the shop of a clothier that sat quietly by his goods and stuffs, thinking of fate less than that of kebabs and stews and rare seasonings. That city now hath his name. Well, had I not then sown in his head that hair which he weareth yet, how had I escaped Karaz, and met thee? Wondrous are the decrees of Providence. Praise be to Allah for them, for the Genie, when he found himself baffled by me, and Shagpat with the mighty hair in his head, the identical, he yelled and fetched Shagpat a slap that sent him into the middle of the street. But Kadza screamed after him, and there was immediately such a lamentation in the city about Shagpat, and such tearing of hair about him, that I perceived at once the virtue that was in the identical. As for Karaz, finding his claim as possessor of the identical no more valid, he vanished, and has been my rebellious slave since, till thou, O my betrothed, madest me spend him in the curing of thy folly on the horse Garavan, and he escaped from my circles beyond the dominion of the ring. Yet had he his revenge, for I that with keep of the lily had, I now learned ruefully, a bond of beauty with it, and whatever was a stain to one, withered the other. Then that sorceress Gordigalka stole my beauty from me by sprinkling a blight on the petals of that fair flower, and I became as thou first sawest me. But what am I as I now am? Blissful, blissful! Surely I grew humble in the loss of beauty, and by humility wise, so that I assisted Feshnavat to become vizier by the ring, and watched for thy coming to shave Shagpat, as a star watches, for 'tis written, A barber alone shall be the sharer of the identical, and he only, my betrothed, has power to plant it in Aklis, where it groweth as a pillar, bringing due reverence to Aklis.
End of chapter 11.
Section 17 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 12, Part 1. The Wiles of Rebesqurat. Now when Norna bin Norka had made an end of her narration, she folded her hands and was mute awhile, and to the ear of Shibli Bagarag it seemed as if a sweet instrument had on a sudden ceased luting. So as he leaned listening for her voice to recommence, she said quickly, See yonder fire on the mountain's height? He looked and saw a great light on the summit of a lofty mountain before them. Then she said, That is Aklis, and it is ablaze, knowing a visitant near. Tighten now the hairs of Garaveen about thy wrist, touch thy lips with the waters of Paravid, hold before thee the lily, and make ready to enter the mountain. Lo, my betrothed, thou art in possession of the three means that melt opposition, and the fault is thine if thou fail. He did as she directed, and they were taken on a tide and advanced rapidly to the mountain, so that the waters smacked and crackled beneath the shell, covering it with silver showering arches of glittering spray. Then the fair beams of the moon became obscured, and the twain reddened with the reflection of the fire, and the billows waxed like riotous flames, and presently the shell rose upon the peak of many waves swollen to one, and looking below, they saw in the scarlet abyss of waters at their feet a monstrous fish, with open jaws and one baleful eye. And the fish was lengthy as a caravan winding through the desert, and covered with fiery scales. Shibli Bagarag heard the voice of Norna shriek affrightedly, "Karaz!" and as they were sliding on the downslope, she stood upright in the shell, pronouncing rapidly some words in magic, and the shell closed upon them both, pressing them together and writing darkness on their very eyeballs. So while they were thus, they felt themselves gulped in and borne forward with terrible swiftness, they knew not where, like one that hath a dream of sinking, and outside the shell a rushing, gurgling noise, and a noise as of shouting multitudes, and muffled multitudes, muttering complaints and yells and querulous cries, told them they were yet speeding through the body of the depths in the belly of the fish. Then there came a shock, and the shell was struck with light, and they were sensible of stillness without motion. Then a blow on the shell shivered it to fragments, and they were blinded with seas of brilliancy on all sides from lamps and tapers and crystals, cornelians and gems of fiery lustre, liquid lights and flashing mirrors, and eyes of crowding damsels, bright ones. So when they had risen and could bear to gaze on the insufferable splendor, they saw, sitting on a throne of coral and surrounded by slaves with scimitars, a fair queen, with black eyes, kindlers of storms, torches in the tempest, and with floating tresses, crowned with a circlet of green spiked precious stones and masses of crimson weed with flaps of pearl. And she was robed with a robe of amber, and had saffron sandals, loose silvery silken trousers tied in at the ankle white as silver. Wonderful was the quivering of rays from the jewels upon her when she but moved a finger. Now as they stood with their hands across their brows, she cried out, "O ye traversers of my sea, how is this that I am made to thank Karaz for a sight of ye?" And Noorna bin Noorka answered, "Surely, O Queen Rabesqurat, the haven of our voyage was Aklis, and we feared delay, seeing the fire of the mountain ablaze with expectations of us." Then the Queen cried angrily, "'Tis well thou hadst wit to close the shell, O Noorna, or there would have been delay indeed. Say, is not the road to Aklis through my palace? And it is the road thousands travel." So Noorna bin Noorka said, "O Queen, this do they, but are they of them that reach Aklis?" And the Queen cried violently, purpling with passion, "This to me, when I helped ye to the plucking of the lily?" Now the Queen muttered an imprecation, and called the name Abarak, and lo, a door opened in one of the pillars of jasper, leading from the throne, and there came forth a little man humped with legs like bows, and arms reaching to his feet, in his hand a net, weighted with leaden weights. So the Queen levelled her finger at Noorna, and he spun the net above her head, and dropped it on her shoulder, and dragged her with him to the pillar. When Shibli Bagarag saw that, the world darkened to him, and he rushed upon Abarak, but Noorna called swiftly in his ear, "Wait! Thou by thy spells art stronger than all here save Abarak. Be true! Remember the seventh pillar." Then with a spurn from the hand of Abarak, the youth fell back senseless at the feet of the Queen. Now with the return of consciousness, his hearing was bewitched with strange delicious melodies, the touch of stringed instruments, and others breathed into softly, as by the breath of love, delicate, tender, alive, with enamoured bashfulness. Surely the soul that heard them dissolved like a sweet in the goblet, mingling with so much ecstasy of sound, and those melodies filling the white cave of the ear were even at once to drown the soul in delightfulness and buoy it with bliss, as a heavy-leaved flower is withered and refreshed by sun and dews. Surely the youth ceased not to listen, and oblivion of cares and aught other in this life, save that hidden luting and piping, pillowed his drowsy head. At last there was a pause, and it seemed every maze of music had been wandered through. Opening his eyes hurriedly, as with the loss of the music his own breath had gone likewise, he beheld a garden golden with the light of lamps, hung profusely from branches and twigs of trees, by the glowing cheeks of fruits, apple and grape, pomegranate and quince, and he was reclining on a bank piled with purple cushions, his limbs clad in the richest figured silks, fringed like the ends of clouds round the sun, with amber fringes. He started up, striving to recall the confused memory of his adventures, and what evil had befallen him, and he would have struggled with the vision of these glories, but it mastered him with the strength of a potent drug, so that the very name of his betrothed was forgotten by him, and he knew not whither he would, or the thing he wished for. Now, when he had risen from the soft bank that was his couch, lo, at his feet a damsel weeping. So he lifted her by the hand, and she arose and looked at him, and began plaining of love and its tyrannies, softening him, already softened. Then said she, What I suffer there is another, lovelier than I, suffering, thou the cause of it, O cruel youth. He said, How, O damsel? What of my cruelty? Surely I know nothing of it. But she exclaimed, Ah, worse to feign forgetfulness! Now he was bewildered at the words of the damsel, and followed her, leading, till they entered a dell in the garden canopied with foliage, and beyond it a green rise, and on the rise a throne. So he looked earnestly, and beheld thereon Queen Rabesqurat, she sobbing, her dark hair pouring in streams from the crown of her head. Seeing him, she cleared her eyes, and advanced to meet him timidly and with hesitating steps. But he shrank from her, and the queen shrieked with grief, crying, Is there in this cold heart no relenting? Then she said to him winningly, and in a low voice, O youth, my husband, to whom I am a bride. He marvelled, saying, This is a game, for indeed I am no husband, neither have I a bride, yet have I confused memory of some betrothal. Thereupon she cried, Said I not so? And I the betrothed? Still he exclaimed, I cannot think it, wullahy, it were a wonder. So she said, Consider how a poor youth of excellent proportions came to a flourishing court before one, a widowed queen, and she cast eyes of love on him, and gave him rule over her and all that was hers, when he had achieved a task, and they were wedded. O the bliss of it, knit together with bond and a writing, and these were the dominions, I the queen, woe's me, thou the youth. Now he was roiled by the enchantments of the queen, caught in the snare of her beguilings, and he let her lead him to a seat beside her on the throne, and sat there a while in the midst of feastings, mazed, thinking, What life have I lived before this, if the matter be as I behold? Thinking, 'Tis true I have had visions of a widowed queen, and I a poor youth that came to her court, and espoused her, sitting in the vacant seat behind her, ruling a realm, but it was a dream, yet wah! Here is she, here am I, yonder my dominions. Then he thought, I will solve it. So on a sudden he said to her beside him, O queen, sovereign of hearts, enlighten me as to a perplexity. She answered, The voice of my lord is music in the ear of the bride. Then said he, in the tone of one doubting realities, O fair queen, is there truly now such a one as Shagpat in the world? She laughed at his speech and the puzzled appearance of his visage, replying, Surely there liveth one, Shagpat by name, in the world. Strange is the history of him, his friends and enemies, and it would bear recital. Then he said, And one the daughter of a vizier to the king in the city of Shagpat? Thereat she shook her head, saying, I know not of that one. Now Shibli Bagarag was mindful of his thwackings, and in this the wisdom of Noorna is manifest, that the sting of them yet chased away doubts of illusion regarding their having been, as the poet says, If thou wouldest fix remembrance, thwack! 'Tis that oblivion controls. I care not if it be on the back, or on the soles. He thought, Wah! Yet feel I the thong and the hiss of it as of the serpent in the descent, and the smack of it as the mouth of satisfaction in its contact with tender regions. This, wullahy, was no dream. Nevertheless he was ashamed to allude thereto before the queen, and he said, O my mistress, another question, one only. This Shagpat, is he shaved? She said, Clean shorn. Quoth he, astonished, grief-stricken, with drawn lips, By which hand, chosen above men? And she exclaimed, O thou witty one that feignest not to know, wullahy, by this hand of thine, O my lord and king, daring that it is, dexterous, surely so, and the shaving of Shagpat was the task achieved, aye the dower of it, and the rich reward. Now he was meshed yet deeper in the net of her subtleties, and by her calling him lord and king, and she gave a signal for fresh entertainments, exhausting the resources of her art, the mines of her wealth, to fascinate him. Ravishments of design and taste were on every side, and he was in the lap of abundance, beguiled by magic, caressed by beauty and a queen. Marvel not that he was dazzled, and imagined himself already come to the great things foretold of him by the readers of planets and the casters of nativities in Shiraz. He assisted in beguiling himself, trusting wilfully to the two witnesses of things visible, as is declared by him of wise sayings: "There is in every wizard net a hole, so the entangler first must blind the soul." And it is again said by the same teacher: "Ye that the inner spirit's sight would seal, naught credit but what outward orbs reveal." And the soul of Shibli Bagarag was blinded by Rabesqurat in the depths of the enchanted sea. She sang to him, luting deliriously, and he was intoxicated with the blissfulness of his fortune, and took a lute and sang to her love verses in praise of her, rhyming his rapture. Then they handed the goblet to each other, and drank till they were on fire with the joys of things, and life blushed beauteousness. Surely Rabesqurat was becoming forgetful of her arts through the strength of those draughts, till her eye marked the lily by his side, which he grasped constantly, the bright flower, and she started and said, "One grant, O my king, my husband." So he said courteously, "All grants are granted to the lovely, the fascinating, and their grief will be lack of aught to ask for." Then said she, "O my husband, my king, I am jealous of that silly flower. Laugh at my weakness, but fling it from thee." Now he was about to cast it from him, when a vanity possessed his mind, and he exclaimed, "See first the thing I will do, a wonder." She cried, "No wonders, my life, I am sated with them." And he said, "I am oblivious, O queen, of how I came by this flower and this phial, and thou shalt hear a thing beyond the power of common magic, and see that I am something." Now she plucked at him to abstain from his action, but he held the phial to the flower. She signed imperiously to some slaves to stay his right wrist, and they seized on it, but not all of them together could withhold him from dropping a drop into the petals of the flower, and lo, the lily spake, a voice from it like the voice of Norna, saying, "Remember the seventh pillar." Thereat he lifted his eyes to his brows, and frowned back memory to his aid, and the scene of Karaz, Rabesqurat, Abarak, and his betrothed was present to him. So perceiving that, the queen delayed not while he grasped the phial to take in her hand some water from a basin near, and fling it over him, crying, "Oblivion!" And while his mind was strained to bring back images of what had happened, he fell forward once more at the feet of Rabesqurat, senseless as a stone falls, such was the force of her enchantments. Now when he awoke the second time he was in the bosom of darkness, and the lily gone from his hand. So he lifted the phial to make certain of that, and groped about till he came to what seemed an urn to the touch, and into this he dropped a drop, and asked for the lily, and a voice said, "I caught a light from it in passing." And he came in the darkness to a tree, and a bejewelled bank, and other urns and swinging lamps without light, and a running water, and a grassy bank, and flowers, and a silver seat sprinkling each, and they said all, in answer to this question of the lily, "I caught a light from it in passing." At the last he stumbled upon the steps of a palace and ascended them, endowing the steps with speech as he went, and they said, "The light of it went over us." He groped at the porch of the palace, and gave the door a voice, and it opened on jasper hinges, shrieking, "The light of it went through me." Then he entered a spacious hall. Scattering drops and voices exclaimed, "We glow with the light of it." He passed groping his way through other halls and dusk chambers, scattering drops, and as he advanced the voices increased in the fervour of their replies, saying sequently, "We blush with the light of it, we beam with the light of it, we burn with the light of it." So presently he found himself in a long low room, sombrely lit, roofed with crystals, and in a corner of the room, lo, a damsel on a couch of purple, she white as silver, spreading radiance. Of such lustrous beauty was she, that beside her, the Princess Goorelka, as Shibli Bagarag first beheld her, would have paled like a morning moon. Even Noorna had waned as both a flower in fierce heat, and the queen of enchantments was but the sun behind a sandstorm, in comparison with that effulgent damsel on the length of the purple couch. Well for him he wilt of the magic which floated through that palace, as is said, tempted by extremes the soul is most secure, too vivid loveliness blinds with its beams, and eyes turned inward perceive the lore. Pulling down his turban hastily, he stepped on tiptoe to within arm's reach of her, and looking another way, inclined over her soft vermeil mouth the phial slowly till it brimmed the neck, and dropped a drop of paravid between the bow of those sweet lips. Still not daring to gaze on her, he said then, My question is of the lily of the sea, and where is it, O marvel? And he heard a voice answer in the tones of a silver bell, clear as a wind in the strung wires, Where I lie lies the lily of the sea, I with it with me. Said he, O breather of music, tell me how I may lay hand on the flower of beauty to bear it forth. And he heard the voice, An equal space betwixt my right side and my left, and from the shoulder one span and half a span downward. Still without power to eye her, he measured the space and the spans, his hand beneath the coverlids of the couch, and at a spot of the bosom his hand sank in, and he felt a fluttering thing, fluttering like a frighted bird in the midst of the fire. And the voice said, Quick, seize it and draw it out, and tie it to my feet by the twines of red silk about it. He seized it and drew it out, and it was a heart of blood streaming with crimson, palpitating. Tears flashed on his sight beholding it, and pity took the seat of fear, and he turned his eyes full on her, crying, O sad fair thing, O creature of anguish, O painful beauty, O what have I done to thee? End of Part 1 of Chapter 12. Section 18 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 12, Part 2. The Wiles of Rabasqurat. But she panted and gasped shorter and shorter gasps, pointing with one finger to her feet. Then he took the warm living heart while it yet leapt, and quivered and sobbed, and he held it with a trembling hand, and tied it by the red twines of silk about it to her feet, staining their whiteness. When that was done, his whole soul melted with pity and swelled with sorrow, and ere he could meet her eyes a swoon overcame him. Surely when the world dawned to him a third time in those regions, the damsel was no longer there, but in her place the lily of light. He thought, It was a vision, that damsel, a terrible one, one to terrify and bewilder, a bitter sweetness. Oh, the heart, the heart! Reflecting on the heart brought to his lids an overcharging of tears, and he wept violently awhile. Then was he warned by the thought of his betrothed to take the lily and speed with it from the realms of Rabasqurat, and he stole along the halls of the palace, and by the plashing fountains, and across the magic courts, passing chambers of sleepers, fair dreamers, and through ante-rooms crowded with thick-lipped slaves. Lo, as he held the lily to light him on, and the light of the lily fell on them that were asleep, they paled and shrank, and were such as the death-chill maketh of us. So he called upon his head the protection of Allah, and went swifter to chase from his limbs the shudder of awe. And there were some that slept not, but stared at him with fixed eyes, eyes frozen by the light of the lily. And he shunned those, for they were like spectres haunting spirits. After he had coursed the length of the palace, he came to a steep place outside it, a rock with steps cut in stairs, and up these he went till he came to a small door in the rock, and lying by it a bar. So he seized the bar, and smote the door, and the door shivered, for on his right wrist were the hairs of Garaveen. Bending his body, he slipped through the opening, and behold, an orchard dropping with blossoms and ripe golden fruits, streams flowing through it over sands, and brooks bounding above glittering gems, and long dewy grasses, profusion of scented flowers, shade and sweetness. So he let himself down to the ground, which was an easy leap from the aperture, and walked through the garden, holding the lily behind him, for here it darkened all, and the glowing orchard was a desert by its light. Presently his eye fell on a couch swinging between two almond trees, and advancing to it he beheld the black-eyed queen gathered up, folded temptingly, like a swaying fruit, she with the gold circlet on her head, and she was fair as blossom of the almond in a breeze of the wafted rose-leaf. Sweetly was she gathered up, folded temptingly, and Shibli Bagarag refrained from using the lily, thinking, "'Tis like the great things foretold of me, this having of queens within the very grasp, swinging to and fro as if to taunt backwardness." Then he thought, "'Tis an enchantress, I will yet try her." So he made a motion of flourishing the lily once or twice, but forbore, fascinated, for she had on her fair face the softness of sleep, her lips closed in dimples, and the wicked fire shut from beneath her lids. Mastering his mind, the youth at last held the lily to her, and saw a sight to blacken the world and all bright things with its hideousness. Scarce had he time to thrust the lily in his robes when the queen started up and clapped her hands, crying hurriedly, "Abarak! Abarak!" And the little man appeared in a moment at the door by which Shibli Bagarag had entered the orchard. So she cried still, "Abarak!" and he moved toward her. Then she said, "How came this youth here, prying in my private walks, my bowers? Speak!" He answered, "By the aid of Garraveen only, O Queen, and there is no force resisteth the bar so wielded." Rabesqurat looked under her brows at Shibli Bagarag, and saw the horror on his face, and she cried out to Abarak in an agony, "Fetch me the mirror!" Then Abarak ran and returned ere the Queen had drawn 7 impatient breaths, and in one hand he bore a sack, in the other a tray. So he emptied the contents of the sack on the surface of the tray. Surely they were human eyes, and the Queen flung aside her tresses and stood over them. The youth saw her smile at them and assume tender and taunting manners before them, and imperious manners, killing glances, till in each of the eyes there was a sparkle. Then she flung back her head as one that feedeth on a mighty triumph, exclaiming, "Yet I am Rabesqurat! Wide is my sovereignty!" Sidewise, when she regarded Shibli Bagarag, and it seemed she was urging Abarak to do a deed beyond his powers, he frowning and pointing to the right wrist of the youth, so she clenched her hands an instant with that feeling which knocketh a nail in the coffin of a desire not dead, and controlled herself, and went to the youth, breaking into beams of beauty, and an enchanting sumptuousness breathed round her, so that in spite of himself he suffered her to take him by the hand, and lead him from that orchard through the shivered door and into the palace and the hall of the jasper pillars. Strange thrills went up his arm from the touch of that Queen, and they were as little snakes twisting and darting up, biting poisoned bites of irritating blissfulness. Now the hall was spread for a feast, and it was hung with lamps of silver, strewn with great golden goblets and viands, coloured meats, and ordered fruits on shining platters. Then said she to Shibli Bagarag, "O youth, there shall be no deceit, no guile between us. Thou art but my guest, I no bride to thee, so take the place of the guest beside me." He took his seat beside her, Abarak standing by, and she helped the youth to this dish and that dish, from the serving of slaves, caressing him with flattering looks to starve aversion and nourish tender fellowship. And he was like one that slideth down a hill, and can arrest his descent with a foot, yet faileth that free will. When he had eaten and drunk with her, the Queen said, "O youth, no other than my guest, art thou not a prince in the country thou comest from?" In a moment the pride of the barber forsook him, and he equivocated, saying, "O Queen, there is among the stars somewhere, as was divined by the readers of planets, a crown hanging for me, and I search a point of earth to intercept its fall." She marked him beguiled by vanity, and put sweetmeats to his mouth, exclaiming, "Thy manners be those of a prince." Then she sang to him of the loneliness of her life, and of one with whom she wished to share her state, such as he, and at her signal came troops of damsels that stood in rings, and luted swiftly on the same theme, the Queen's loneliness, her love, and he said to the Queen, "Is this so?" She answered, "Too truly so." Now he thought, she shall at least speak the thing that is, if she look it not. So he took the goblet, and contrived to drop a drop from the phial of Paravid therein without her observing him, and he handed her the goblet, she him, and they drank. Surely the change that came over the Queen was an enchantment, and her eyes shot lustre, her tongue was loosed, and she laughed like one intoxicated, lolling in her seat, lost to majesty and the sway of her magic, crying, "O Abarak, Abarak, little man, long my slave and my tool, ugly little man! And O Shibli Bagarag, nephew of the barber, weak youth, Small prince of the tackle, have I not nigh fascinated thee? And thou wilt forfeit these two silly eyes of thine to the sack. And O Abarak, Abarak, little man, have I flattered thee? So fetter I the strong with my allurements, and I stay the arrow in its flight, and I blunt the barb of high intents. Wah! I have drunk a potent stuff, I talk, wullahy! I know there is a danger menacing Shagpat, and the eyes of all genii are fixed on him, and if he be shaved, what changes will follow! But 'tis in me to delude the barber, wullahy! And I will avert the calamity, I will shave Shagpat. While the Queen Rabesqurat prated in this wise, with flushed face, Shibli Bagarag was smitten with the greatness of his task, and reproached his soul with neglect of it, and he thought, I am powerful by spells as none before me have been, and 'twas by my weakness the Queen sought to tangle me. I will clasp the seventh pillar and make an end of it, by Allah and his Prophet, praised be the name, and I will reach Aklis by a short path and shave Shagpat with the sword. So he looked up, and Abarak was before him, the lifted nostrils of the little man wide with the flame of anger. And Abarak said, O youth, regard me with the eyes of judgment. Now, is it not frightful to rate me little, an instigation of the Evil One to repute me ugly? The promptings of wisdom counselled Shibli Bagarag to say, Frightful beyond contemplation, O Abarak, one to shame our species. Surely there is a moon between thy legs, a pear upon thy shoulders, and the cock that croweth is no match for thee in measure. Abarak cried, We be aggrieved, we two. O youth, son of my uncle, I will give thee means of vengeance. Give thou me means. Shibli Bagarag felt scorn at the Queen and her hollowness, and he said, 'Tis well, take this lily and hold it to her. Now the Queen jeered Abarak, and as he approached her she shouted, What, thou small of build, mite of creation, sour mixture, thou puppet of mine, thou, comest thou to seek a second kiss against the compact, knowing that I give not the well favoured of mortals beyond one, a second? Little delayed Abarak at this point to put her to the test of the lily, and he held the flower to her, and saw the sight, and staggered back like one stricken with a shaft. When he could get a breath he uttered such a howl that Rabesqurat in her drunkenness was fain to save her ears, and the hall echoed as with the bellows of 1,000 beasts of the forest. Then to glut his revenge he ran for the sack, and emptied the contents of it, the Queen's mirror before her, and the sack full of eyes. They saw the sight and sickened, rolling their whites. That done, Abarak gave Shibli Bagarag the bar of iron, and bade him smite the pillars, all save the seventh, and he smote them strengthily, crumbling them at a blow, and bringing down the great hall and its groves, and glasses and gems, lamps, traceries, devices, a heap of ruin, the seventh pillar alone standing. Then, while he pumped back breath into his body, Abarak said, There's no delaying in this place now, O youth. Say, halt thou spells for the entering of Aklis? He answered, 3. Then said Abarak, 'Tis well. Surely now, if thou takest me in thy service, I'll help thee to master the event, and serve thee faithfully, requiring naught from thee save a sight of the event, and 'tis I that myself missed one, wild by Rabesqurat. Quoth Shibli Bagarag, Thou? He answered, No word of it now. Is't agreed? So Shibli Bagarag cried, Even so. Thereupon the twain entered the pillar, leaving Rabesqurat prone, and the waves of the sea bounding toward her where she lay. Now they descended and ascended flights of slippering steps, and sped together along murky passages, in which light never was, and under arches of caves with hanging crystals, groping and tumbling on hurriedly, till they came to an obstruction, and felt an iron door, frosty to the touch. Then Abarak said to Shibli Bagarag, Smite! And the youth lifted the bar to his right shoulder and smote, and the door obeyed the blow, and discovered an opening into a strange dusky land, as it seemed a valley, on one side of which was a ragged copper sun setting low, large as a warrior's battered shield, giving deep red lights to a brook that fell, and over a flat stream a red reflection, and to the sides of the hills a dark red glow. The sky was a brown colour, the earth a deeper brown, like the skins of tawny lions. Trees with reddened stems stood about the valley, scattered and in groups, showing between their leaves the cheeks of melancholy fruits, swarthily tinged, and toward the centre of the valley a shining palace was visible, supported by massive columns of marble, reddened by that copper sun. Shibli Bagarag was awed at the stillness that hung everywhere, and said to Abarak, "Where am I, O Abarak? The look of this place is fearful." And the little man answered, "Where but beneath the mountains in Aklis? Wullahy, I should know it, I that keep the passage of the seventh pillar." Then the thought of his betrothed, Noorna, and her beauty, and the words, "Remember the seventh pillar," struck the heart of Shibli Bagarag, and he exclaimed passionately, "Is she in safety, Noorna, my companion, my betrothed, netted by thee, O Abarak?" Abarak answered sharply, "Speak not of betrothals in this place, or the sword of Aklis will move without a hand." But Shibli Bagarag waxed the colour of the sun that was over them, and cried, "By Allah, I will spite thee with the bar, if thou swear not to her safety, and point not out to me where she is now." Then said Abarak, "Thou wilt make a better use of the bar by lifting it to my shoulder and poising it, and peering through it." Shibli Bagarag lifted the bar to the shoulder of Abarak, and poised it, and peered through the length of it, and lo! there was a sea tossing in tumult, and one pillar standing erect in the midst of the sea, and on the pillar, above the washing waves, with hair blown back and flapping raiment, pale but smiling still, Noorna, his betrothed. Now when he saw her, he made a rush to the door of the passage, but Abarak blocked the way, crying, "Fool, a step backward in Aklis is death." And when he had wrestled with him and reined him, Abarak said, "Haste to reach the sword from the sons of Aklis, if thou wouldest save her." He drew him to the brink of the stream, and whistled a parrot's whistle. And Shibli Bagarag beheld a boat draped with drooping white lotuses, that floated slowly toward them, and when it was near, he and Abarak entered it, and saw one, a veiled figure, sitting in the stern, who neither moved to them nor spake, but steered the boat to a certain point of land across the stream, where stood an elephant, ready girt for travellers to mount him, and the elephant kneeled among the reeds as they approached, that they might mount him, and when they had each taken a seat, moved off, waving his trunk. Presently the elephant came to a halt, and went upon his knees again, and the two slid off his back, and were among black slaves that bowed to the ground before them, and led them to the shining gates of the palace in silence. Now on the first marble step of the palace there sat an old white-headed man dressed like a dervish, who held out at arm's length a branch of gold, with golden singing birds between its leaves, saying, "This for the strongest of ye." Abarak exclaimed, "I am that one," and he held forth his hand for the branch. But Shibli Bagarag cried, "Nay, 'tis mine, Wullahy! What has not the strength of this hand overthrown?" Then the brows of Abarak twisted, his limbs twitched, and he bawled, "To the proof!" waking all the echoes of Aklis. Shibli Bagarag was tempted in his desire for the golden branch to lift the iron bar upon Abarak, when lo! the phial of Paravid fell from his vest, and he took it, and sprinkled a portion of the waters over the singing birds, and in a moment they burst into a sweet union of voices, singing in the words of the poet: When for one serpent were two asses match, how shall one foe but with wiles master double? So let the strong keep for ever good watch, lest their strength prove a snare and themselves a mere bubble. For vanity maketh the strongest most weak, as lions and men totter after the struggle. Ye heroes, be modest, while combats ye seek, the cunning one trippeth ye both with a juggle. Now at this verse of the birds Shibli Bagarag fixed his eyes on the old man, and the beard of the old man shrivelled. He waxed in size, and flew up in a blaze, and with a baffled shout, bearing the branch, surely his features were those of Karaz, and Shibli Bagarag knew him by the length of his limbs, his stiff ears and copper skin. Then he laughed a loud laugh, but Abarak sobbed, saying, "By this know I that I never should have seized the sword, even though I had vanquished the illusions of Rabscarat, which held me fast halfway." So Shibli Bagarag stared at him and said, "Wert thou also a searcher, O Abarak?" But Abarak cried, "Rouse not the talkative tongue of the past, O youth! Wullahy! Relinquish the bar that is my bar, won by me, for the sword is within thy grip, and they await thee up yonder steps. Go, go, and look for me here on thy return." Part 2 of Chapter 12.
Section 19 of the Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 13. The Palace of Aklis. Now, Shibli Bagarag assured himself of his 3 spells, and made his heart resolute, and hastened up the reddened marble steps of the palace. And when he was on the topmost step, lo, one with a man's body and the head of a buffalo, that prostrated himself, and prayed the youth obsequiously to enter the palace with the title of king. So Shibli Bagarag held his head erect, and followed him with the footing of a sultan, and passed into a great hall, with fountains in it that were fountains of gems, pearls, chrysolites, thousand-hued jewels, and by the margin of the fountains there were shapes of men with the heads of beasts, wolves, foxes, lions, bears, oxen, sheep, serpents, asses, that stretched their hands to the falls, and loaded their vestments with brilliance, loading them without cessation, so that from the vestments of each there was another pouring of the liquid lights. Then he, with the buffalo's head, bade Shibli Bagarag help himself from the falls, but Shibli Bagarag refused, for his soul was with Noorna, his betrothed, and he saw her pale on that solitary pillar in the tumult of the sea, and knew her safety depended on his faithfulness. He cried, "The sword of Aklis, not save the sword!" Now, at these words the fox heads and the sheep heads and the ass heads and the other heads of beasts were lifted up, and lo, they put their hands to their ears, and tapped their foreheads with the finger of reflection, as creatures seeking to bring to mind a serious matter. Then the fountains rose higher, and flung jets of radiant jewels, and a drenching spray of gems upon them, and new thirst aroused them to renew their gulping of the falls, and a look of eagerness was even in the eyes of the ass-heads and the silly sheep-heads. Surely Shibli Bagarag laughed to see them. Now, when he had pressed his lips to recover his sight from the dazzling of those wondrous fountains, he heard himself again addressed by the title of king, and there was before him a lofty cock with a man's head. So he resumed the majesty of his march, and followed the fine-stepping cock into another hall, spacious, and clouded with heavy scents and perfumes burning in censers and urns, musk, myrrh, ambergris, and livelier odours, gladdening the nostril like wine, making the soul reel with a draught of the forbidden drink. Here, before a feast that would prick the dead with appetite, were shapes of beasts with heads of men, asses, elephants, bulls, horses, swine, foxes, river horses, dromedaries, and they ate and drank as do the famished with munch and gurgle, clacking their lips joyfully. Shibli Bagarag remembered the condition of his frame when first he looked upon the city of Shagpat, and was incited to eat and accede to the invitation of the cock with the man's head, and sit among these merry feeders and pickers of mouth-watering morsels, when, with the city of Shagpat, lo, he had a vision of Shagpat, hairier than at their interview, arrogant in his hairiness, his head remote in contemptuous waves and curls and frizzes, and bushy protuberances of hair, lost in it, like an idolatrous temple in impenetrable thickets. Then the yearning of the barber seized Shibli Bagarag, and desire to shear Shagpat was as a mighty overwhelming wave in his bosom, and he shouted, "The sword of Aklis, naught save the sword!" Now, at these words the beasts with men's heads wagged their tails, all of them, from right to left, and kept their jaws from motion, staring stupidly at the dishes. But the dishes began to send forth stealthy steams, insidious whispers to the nose, silver intimations of savouriness, so that they on a sudden set up a howl, and Shibli Bagarag puckered his garments from them, as from devouring dogs, and hastened from that hall to a third, where at the entrance a damsel stood that smiled to him, and led him into a vast marbled chamber, 40 cubits high, hung with draperies, and in it 100 doors, and he was in the midst of a very rose-garden of young beauties, such as the blessed behold in paradise, robed in the colours of the rising and setting sun, plump, with long, black, languishing, almond-shaped eyes, and undulating figures. So they cried to him, "What greeting, O our king?" Now, he counted 27 of them, and fitting his gallantry to verse, answered, "Poor are the heavens that have not ye, to swell their glowing plenty. Up there but one bright moon I see, here I mark 27. The damsels laughed, and flung back their locks at his flattery, sporting with him, and he thought, "These be sweet maidens. I will know if they be illusions like Orbescorat, So, as they were romping, he slung his right arm round one, and held the lily to her, but there was no change in her save that she winked somewhat, and her eyes watered, and it was so with the others, for when they saw him hold the lily to one, they made him do so to them likewise. Then he took the phial, and touched their lips with the waters, and lo, they commenced luting and laughing, and singing verses, and prattling, laughing between whiles at each other, and one, a noisy one, with long, black, unquiet tresses, and a curved foot and roguish ankle, sang as she twirled, "My heart is another's, I cannot be tender, yet if thou storm it, I fain must surrender." And another, fresh-cheeked, fair-haired, full-eyed damsel, strong upon her instep and stately in the bearing of her shoulders, sang shrilly, "I'm of the mountains, and he that comes to me like eagle must win, and like hurricane woo me." And another, reclining on a couch buried in dusky silks, like a butterfly under the leaves, a soft ball of beauty, sang moaningly, "Here like a fruit on the branch I am swaying, snatch ere I fall, love, there's death in delaying." And another, light as an antelope on the hills, with antelope eyes edged with kohl, and timid graceful movements, and small white rounded ears, sang clearly, "Swiftness is mine, and I fly from the sordid. Follow me, follow, and you'll be rewarded." And another, with large limbs and massive mould, that stepped like a cow leisurely cropping the pasture, and shook with jewels amid her black hair and above her brown eyes, and round her white neck and her wrists, and on her waist, even to her ankle, sang as with a kiss upon every word, "Sweet 'tis in stillness and bliss to be basking, he who would have me may have for the asking." And another, with eyebrows like a bow, and arrows of fire in her eyes, and 2 rosebuds her full, moist, parted, pouting lips, sang, clasping her hands, and voiced like the tremulous passionate bulbul in the shadows of the moon, "Love is my life, and with love I live only. Give me life, lover, and leave me not lonely." And a seventh, a very beam of beauty, and the perfection of all that is imagined in fairness and ample grace of expression and proportion, lo, she came straight to Shibli Bagarag, and took him by the hand and pierced him with lightning glances, singing, "Were we not destined to meet by one planet? Can a fate sever us? Can it? Ah, can it?" And she sang tender songs to him, mazing him with blandishments, so that the aim of existence and the summit of ambition now seemed to him the life of a king in that palace among the damsels, and he thought, "Wah! These be no illusions, and they speak the thing that is in them. Wullahy! Loveliness is their portion. They call me king." Then she that had sung to him said, "Surely we have been waiting thee long to crown thee our king. Thou hast been in some way delayed, O glorious one." And he answered, "O fair ones, transcending in affability, I have stumbled upon obstructions in my journey hither, and I have met with adventures, but of this crowning that was to follow them I knew not. Wullahy! Thrice have I been saluted king, I whom fate selecteth for the shaving of Shagpat, and till now it was a beguilement, all emptiness." They marked his bewildered state, and some knelt before him, some held their arms out adoringly, some leaned to him with glistening looks, and he was fast falling a slave to their flatteries, succumbing to them. Imagination fired him with the splendours due to one that was a king, and the thought of wearing a crown again took possession of his soul, and he cried, "Crown me, O my handmaidens, and delay not to crown me, for, as the poet says, the king without his crown hath a forehead like the clown, and the circle of my head itcheth for the symbols of majesty." At these words of Shibli Bagarag, they arose quickly, and clapped their hands, and danced with the nimble step of gladness, exclaiming, "O our king, pleasant will be the time with him." And one smoothed his head and poured oil upon it, one brought him garments of gold and silk inwoven, one fetched him slippers like the sun's beam in brightness, others stood together in clusters, and with lutes and wood instruments, low-toned, singing odes to him, and lo, one took a needle and threaded it, and gave the thread into the hands of Shibli Bagarag, and with the point of the needle she pricked certain letters on his right wrist, and afterwards pricked the same letters on a door in the wall. Then she said to him, "Is it in thy power to make those letters speak?" He answered, "We will prove how that may be." So he flung some drops from the phial over the letters, and they glowed the color of blood and flashed with a report, and it was as if a fiery forked tongue had darted before them and spake the words written, and they were, "This is the crown of him who hath achieved his aim and resteth here." Thereupon she stuck the needle in the door, and he pulled the thread, and the door drew apart, and lo, a small chamber, and on a raised cushion of blue satin a glittering crown, thick with jewels as a frost, such as ambition pineth to wear. And the knees of men weaken and bend beholding, and it lanced lights about it like a living sun. Beside the cushion was a vacant throne, radiant as morning in the east, ablaze with devices in gold and gems, a seat to fill the meanest soul with sensations of majesty, and tempt dervishes to the sitting posture. Shibli Bagarag was intoxicated at the sight, and he thought, "Wah! But if I sit on this throne, and am a king, with that crown I can command men and things. And I have but to say, Fetch Noorna, my betrothed, from yonder pillar in the midst of the uproarious sea. Let the hairy Shagpat be shaved, and behold, slaves, thousands of them, do my bidding. Wallahi, this is greatness." Now he made a rush to the throne, but the damsels held him back, crying, "Not for thy life till we have crowned thee, our master and lord." Then they took the crown and crowned him with it, and he sat upon the throne calmly, serenely, like a sultan of the great race accustomed to sovereignty, tempering the awfulness of his brows with benignant glances. So while he sat, the damsels hid their faces, and started some paces from him, as unable to bear the splendour of his presence, and in a moment, lo, the door closed between him and them, and he was in darkness. Then he heard a voice of the damsels cry in the hall, "The 99th! Peace now for us and blissfulness with our lords, for now all are filled save the door of the sword, which maketh the 100th." After that he heard the same voice say, "Leave them, O my sisters." So he listened to the noise of their departing, and knew he had been duped. Surely his soul cursed him as he sat crowned and throned in that darkness. He seized the crown to dash it to the earth, but the crown was fixed on his forehead and would not come off. Neither had he force to rise from the throne. Now the thought of Noorna his betrothed, where she rested waiting for him to deliver her, filled Shibli Bagarag with the extremes of anguish, and he lifted his right arm and dashed it above his head in the violence of his grief, striking in the motion a hidden gong that gave forth a burst of thunder and a roll of bellowings. And lo, the door opened before him, and the throne, as he sat on it, moved out of the chamber into the hall, where he had seen the damsels that duped him. And on every side of the hall doors opened, and he marvelled to see men, old and young, beardless and venerable, sitting upon thrones and crowned with crowns, motionless, with eyes like stones in the recesses. He thought, "These be other dupes. Wullahy, a drop of the waters of Paravid upon their lips might reveal mysteries, and guide me to the sword of my seeking." So, as he considered how to get at them from the seat of his throne, his gaze fell on a mirror, and he beheld the crown on his forehead, what it was, bejewelled asses' ears stiffened upright, and skulls of monkeys grinning with gems. The sight of that, crowning his head, convulsed Shibli Bagarag with laughter, and as he laughed, his seat upon the throne was loosened, and he pitched from it, but the crown stuck to him and was tenacious of its hold as the lion that pounceth upon a victim. He bowed to the burden of necessity, and took the phial, and touched the lips of one that sat crowned on a throne, with the waters in the phial. And it was a man of exceeding age, whitened with time, and in the long sweep of his beard, like a mountain clad with snow from the peak that is in the sky to the base that slopeth to the valley. Then he addressed the old man on his throne, saying, "Tell me, O king, how camest thou here, and in search of what?" The old man's lips moved, and he muttered in deep tones, "When cometh he of the 99th door?" So Shibli Bagarag cried, "Surely he is before thee, in Aklis." And the old man said, "Let him ask no secrets, but when he hath reached the sword, forget not to flash it in this hall, for the sake of brotherhood in adventure." After that he would answer no word to any questioning. End of chapter 13. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa. Section 20 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 14. The Sons of Aklis. Now Shibli Bagarag thought, the poet is right in Aklis as elsewhere in his words, the cunning of our oft-neglected wit doth best the keyhole of occasion fit. And whoso looketh for help from others looketh the wrong way in an undertaking. Wah! I will be bold and batter at the 100th door, which is the door of the sword. So he advanced straightway to the door, which was one of solid silver, charactered with silver letters, and knocked against it 3 knocks, and a voice within said, What spells? He answered, Paravid, Garaveen, and the Lily of the Sea. Upon that the voice said, Enter by virtue of the spells, and the silver door swung open, discovering a deep pit, lightened by a torch, and across it, bridging it, a string of enormous eggs, roc's eggs, hollowed, and so large that a man might walk through them without stooping. At the side of each egg 3 lamps were suspended from a claw, and the shell passage was illumined with them from end to end. Shibli Bagarag thought, These eggs are of a surety the eggs of the rock, mastered by Aklis with his sword. Now, as the sight of Shibli Bagarag grew familiar to the place, he beheld at the bottom of the pit a fluttering mass of blackness, and 2 sickly eyes that glittered below. Then thought he, Wah! If that be the rock, and it not dead, will the bird suffer one to defile its eggs with other than the sole of the foot, naked? He undid his sandals and kicked off the slippers given him by the damsels that had duped him, and went into the first egg over the abyss, and into the second, and into the third, and into the fourth, and into the 5th. Surely the eggs swung with him, and bent, and the fear of their breaking, and he falling into the maw of the terrible bird, made him walk unevenly. When he had come to the 7th egg, which was the last, it shook and swung violently, and he heard underneath the flapping of the wings of the rock, as with eagerness expecting a victim to prey upon. He sustained his soul with the firmness of resolve, and darted himself lengthwise to the landing, clutching a hold with his right hand. As he did so, the bridge of eggs broke, and he heard the feathers of the bird in agitation, and the bird screaming a scream of disappointment as he scrambled up the sides of the pit. Now Shibli Bagarag failed not to perform 2 prostrations to Allah, and raise the song of gratitude for his preservation when he found himself in safety. Then he looked up, and lo! behind a curtain steps leading to an anteroom, and beyond that a chamber like the chamber of kings, where they sit in state, dispensing judgments, like the sun at noon in splendour. And in the chamber 7 youths, tall and comely young men, calm as princes in their port, each one dressed in flowing robes, and with a large glowing pearl in the front of their turbans. They advanced to meet him, saying, Welcome to Aklis, thou that art proved worthy. 'Tis holiday now with us. And they took him by the hand, and led him with them in silence past fountain jets and porphyry pillars, to where a service with refreshments was spread, meats, fowls with rice, sweetmeats, preserves, palatable mixtures, and monuments of the cook's art, goblets of wine, like liquid rubies. Then one of the youths said to Shibli Bagarag, Thou hast come to us crowned, O our guest. Now it is not our custom to pay homage, but thou shalt presently behold them that will. So let not thy kingliness droop with us, but feast royally. And Shibli Bagarag said, O my princes, surely it is a silly matter to crown a mouse. Humility hath depressed my stature. Wallahi, I have had warning in the sticking of this crown to my brows, and it sticketh like an abomination. They laughed at him, saying, It was the heaviness of that crown which overweighted thee in the bridge of the abyss, and few be they that bear it and go not to feed the rock. Now they feasted together, interchanging civilities, offering to each other choice morsels, dainties. And the anecdotes of Shibli Bagarag, his simplicity and his honesty, and his vanity and his airiness, and the betraying tongue of the barber, diverted the youths, and they plied him with old wine till his stores of merriment broke forth, and were as a river swollen by torrents of the mountain. And the 7 youths laughed at him, spluttering with laughter, lurching with it. Surely he described to them the loquacity of Baba Mustapha his uncle, and they laughed so that their chins were uppermost, but at his mention of Shagpat greater gravity was theirs, and they smoothed their faces solemnly, and the sun of their merriment was darkened for a while. Then they took to flinging about pellets of a sugared preparation, and reciting verses in praise of jovial living, challenging to drink this one and that one, passing the cup with a stanza. Shibli Bagarag thought, What a life is this led by these youths, a fair one! 'Tis they that be the sons of Aklis, who sharpen the sword of events, yet they live in jollity, skimming from the profusion of abundance that which floateth. Now, marking him contemplative, one of the youths shouted, "The king lacketh homage!" and another called, "Admittance for his people!" Then the seven arose and placed Shibli Bagarag on an elevation in the midst of them, and lo, a troop of black slaves, leading by the collar asses, and by a string monkeys. Now for the asses they brayed to the Evil One, and the monkeys were prankish, pulling against the string, till they caught sight of Shibli Bagarag. Then was it as if they had been awe-stricken, and they came forward to him with docile steps, eyeing the crown on his head, and prostrated themselves, the asses and the monkeys, like creatures in whom glowed the lamp of reason and the gift of intelligence. So Shibli Bagarag drooped his jaw and was ashamed, and he cried, "My princes, am I a king of these?" They answered, "A king in mightiness, sultan of a race." So he said, "It is certain I shall need physic to support such a sovereignty, and I must be excused liberal allowances of old wine to sit in state among them. Wullahy, they were best gone for a while. Send them from me, O my princes. I sicken." And he called to the animals, "Away! Begone!" frowning. Then said the youths, "Well commanded, and like a king. See, they troop from thy presence obediently." Now the animals fled from before the brows of Shibli Bagarag, and when the chamber was empty of them, the seven young men said, "Of a surety thou wert flattered to observe the aspect of these animals at beholding thee." But he cried, "Not so, O my princes, there is naught flattering in the homage of asses and monkeys." Then they said, "O Sultan of asses, ruler of monkeys, better that than thyself an ass and an ape. As was said by Shah Kasserwan, I prefer being king of beasts worshipped by beasts, rather than a crowned beast worshipped by men, and it was well said. Wullahy, the kings of Rome quote it." Now Shibli Bagarag was not rendered oblivious of the sword of his quest by the humour of these youths, or the wine-bibbings, and he exclaimed while they were turning up the heels of their cups, "O ye sons of Aklis, know that I have come hither for the sword sharpened by your hands, for the releasing of my betrothed, Noorna bin Noorka, daughter of the Vizier Feshnavat, and for the shaving of Shagpat." While he was proceeding to recount the story of his search for the sword, they said, "Enough, O potentate of the braying class and of the scratching tribe. We have seen thee through the eye of Aklis since the time of thy first thwacking. What says the poet? A day for toil and a day for rest gives labour zeal and pleasure zest. So of thy seeking let us hear to-morrow, but now drink with us and make merry, and touch the springs of memory, spout forth verses, quaint ones, suitable to the hour and the entertainment. Wullahy, drink with us, taste life, let the humours flow." Then they made a motion to some slaves, and presently a clattering of anklets struck the ear of Shibli Bagarag, and he beheld dancing girls, moons of beauty and elegance, and they danced wild dances, and dances graceful and leopard-like and serpent-like in movement, and the youths flung flowers at them, applauding them. Then came other sets of dancers, even lovelier, more languishing, and again others with tambourines and musical instruments that sang ravishingly. So the senses of Shibli Bagarag were all taken with what he saw and heard, and ate and drank, and by degrees a mist came before his eyes, and the sweet sounds and voices of the girls grew distant, and it was with difficulty he kept his back from the length of the cushions that were about him. Then he thought of Noorna, and that she sang to him and danced, and when she rose to embrace her she was rabesqurat by the light of the lily. And he thought of Shagpat, and that in shaving him the blade was checked in its rapid sweep, and blunted by a stumpy twine of hair, that waxed in size and became the head of Karaz, that gulped at him a wide devouring gulp, and took him in, and flew up with him, leaving Shagpat half-sheared. Then he thought himself struggling half-way down the throat of the monstrous rock, and that, when he was wholly inside the rock, he was in a wide-arched passage crowded with lamps, and at the end of the passage Noorna in the clutch of Karaz, shouting, "The sword! The sword!" Now, while he felt for the sword wherewith to release her from the genie, his eyes opened, and he saw day through a casement, and that he had reposed on an embroidered couch in the corner of a stately room ornamented with carvings of blue and gold. So while he wondered and yawned, gaping, slaves started up from the floor and led him to a bath of coloured marble, and bathed him in perfumed waters, and dressed him in a dress of yellow silk, rich and ample. Then they paraded before him through lesser apartments and across terraces, till they came to a great hall, loftier and more spacious than any he had yet beheld, with fountains at the two ends, and in the centre a tree with golden spreading branches and leaves of gold, Among the leaves gold-feathered birds, and fruits of all seasons and every description, the drooping grape, and the pleasant-smelling quince, and the blood-red pomegranate, and the apricot, and the green and rosy apple, and the gummy date, and the oily pistachio nut, and peaches, and citrons, and oranges, and the plum, and the fig. Surely they were countless in number, melting with ripeness, soft, full to bursting, and the birds darted among them like sun-flashes. Now Shibli Bagarag thought, "This is a wondrous tree. Wullahy, there was naught like it save the tree in the hall of the Prophet in Paradise, feeding the faithful." As he regarded it he heard his name spoken in the hall, and turning he beheld 7 youths in royal garments, that were like the youths he had feasted with, and yet unlike them, pale and stern in their manners, their courtesy as the courtesy of kings. They said, "Sit with us and eat the morning's meal, O our guest." So he sat with them under the low branches of the tree, and they whistled the tune of one bird and of another bird, and of another, and lo, those different birds flew down with golden baskets hanging from their bills, and in the baskets fruits and viands and sweetmeats and cool drinks. And Shibli Bagarag ate from the baskets of the birds, watching the action of the 7 youths, and the difference that was in them. He sought to make them recognize him and acknowledge their carouse of the evening that was past, but they stared at him strangely, and seemed offended at the allusion. Neither would they hear mention of the sword of his seeking. Presently one of the youths stood upon his feet and cried, "The time for kings to sit in judgment." And the youths arose and led Shibli Bagarag to a hall of ebony, and seated him on the upper seat, themselves standing about him, and lo, asses and monkeys came before him, complaining of the injustice of men and their fellows, in brays and bellows and hoots. Now, at the sight of them again Shibli Bagarag was enraged, and he said to the youths, "How? Do you not mock me, O masters of Aklis?" But they said only, "The burden of his crown is for the king." He cooled, thinking, "I will use a spell." So he touched the lips of an animal with the waters of Paravid, and the animal prated volubly in our language of the kick this ass had given him, and the jibe of that monkey, and of his desire of litigation with such and such a beast for pasture, and the others when they spake had the same complaints to make. Shibli Bagarag listened to them gravely, and it was revealed to him that he who ruleth over men hath a labour and duties of hearing and judging and dispensing judgment, similar to those of him who ruleth over apes and asses. Then he said, "O youths, my princes, methinks the sitting in this seat giveth a key to secret sources of wisdom, and I see what it is, the glory and the exaltation coveted by men." Now he took from the asses and the monkeys one, and said to it, "Be my chief vizier," and to another, "Be my chamberlain," and to another, "Be my treasurer," and so on, till a dispute arose between the animals, and jealousy of each other was visible in their glances. And they appealed to him clamorously. So he said, "What am I to ye?" They answered, "Our king." And he said, "How so?" They answered, "By the crowning of the brides of Aklis." Then he said, "What be ye, O my subjects?" They answered, "Men that were searchers of the sword, and plunged into the tank of temptation." And he said, "How that?" They answered, "By the lures of vanity, the blinding of ambition, and tasting the gall of the rock." So Shibli Bagarag leaned to the 7 youths, saying, "O my princes, but for not tasting the gall of the rock, I might be as one of these. Wullahy, I the king am warned by base creatures." Then he said to the animals, "Have ye still a longing for the crown?" And they cried, all of them, "O light of the astonished earth, we care for naught other than it." And so he said, "And is it known to ye how to dispossess the wearer of his burden?" They answered, "By a touch of the gall of the rock on his forehead." Then he lifted his arms, crying, "Hie out of my presence, and whoso of ye fetcheth the drop of the gall, with that one I will exchange the crown." At these words some moved hastily, but the most faltered, as doubting and incredulous that he would propose such an exchange, and one, an old monkey, sat down and crossed his legs, and made a study of Shibli Bagarag, as of a sovereign that held forth a deceiving bargain. But he cried again, "Hie and haste! As my head is now cased, I think it not the honoured part." Then the old monkey arose with a puzzled look, half scornful, and made for the door slowly, turning his head toward Shibli Bagarag betweenwhiles as he went, and scratching his lower limbs with the mute reflectiveness of age and extreme caution. Now, when they were gone, Shibli Bagarag looked in the eyes of the 7 youths, and saw they were content with him, and his countenance was brightened with approval. So he descended from his seat and went with them from the hall of ebony to a court where horses were waiting saddled, and slaves with hawks on their wrists stood in readiness, and they mounted each a horse, but he loitered. The 7 youths divined his feeling, and cried impatiently, "Come, no lingering in Aklis." So he mounted likewise, and they emerged from the palace and entered the hills that glowed under the copper sun, and started a milk-white antelope with ruby spots, and chased it from its cover over the sand-hills, a hawk being let loose to worry it, and distress its timid beaming eyes. When the creature was quite overcome, one of the youths struck his heel into his horse's side and flung a noose over the head of the quarry, and drew it with them, gently petting it the way home to the palace. At the gates of the palace it was released, and lo! it went up the steps and passed through the halls as one familiar with them. Now, when they were all assembled in the anteroom of the hall where Shibli Bagarag had first seen the 7 youths, sons of Aklis, in their jollity, one of them said to the antelope, "We have need of thee to speak a word with Aklis, O our sister." So the same youth requested the use of the phial of Paravid, and Shibli Bagarag applied it carefully, tenderly, to the mouth of the antelope. Then the antelope spake in a silver-ringing voice, saying, "What is it, O my brothers?" They answered, "Thou knowest we dare not attempt interchange of speech with Aklis, seeing that we disobeyed him in visiting the kingdoms of the earth. So it is for thee to question him as to the object of this youth, and it is the shaving of Shagpat." So she said, "'Tis well, I wot of it." Then she advanced to the curtain concealing the abyss of the rock and the bridge of its eggs, and went behind it. There was a pause, and they heard her say presently in a grave voice, toned with reverence, "How is it, O our father? Is it a good thing that thy sword be in use at this season?" And they heard the voice answer from a depth, "'Twere well it rust not." They heard her say, "O our father Aklis, and we wish to know if be held in favour by thee, and thou sanction it with thy sword." And they heard the voice answer, "The shaving of Shagpat is my sword alone equal to, and he that shaveth him performeth a service to mankind ranking next to my vanquishing of the rock." Then they heard her say, "And it is thy will we teach him the mysteries of the sword, and that which may be done with it?" And they heard the voice answer, "Even so." After that the voice was still, and soon the antelope returned from behind the curtain, and the youths caressed her with brotherly caresses, and took a circle of hands about her, and so moved to the great hall of the gorgeous tree, and fed her from the branches. Now, while they were there, Shibli Bagarag advanced to the antelope, and knelt at her feet, and said, "O Princess of Aklis, surely I am betrothed to one constant as a fixed star, and brighter, a mistress of magic, and innocent as the bleating lamb, and she is now on a pillar, chained there, in the midst of the white wrathful sea, wailing for me to deliver her with this sword of my seeking. So now, I pray thee help me to the sword swiftly, that I may deliver her." The youths, her brothers, clamoured and interposed, saying, "Take thy shape ere that, O Gulrevaz, our sister." But she cried, "He is betrothed, not till he graspeth the sword. Tell him, the youth, our conditions, and for what exchange the sword is yielded." And they said, "The conditions are, thou part with thy spells, all of them, O youth." And he said, "There is no condition harsh that exchangeth the sword. O ye 7, I agree." Then she said, "'Tis well. Nobility is in the soul of this youth. Go before us now to the cave of chrysolites, O my brothers." So these departed before, and she in her antelope form followed footing gracefully, and made Shibli Bagarag repeat the story of his betrothal as they went. End of chapter 14. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa. Section 21 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 15. The Sword of Aklis. Now, when they had made the passage of many halls built of different woods, filled with diverse wonders, they descended a sloping vault, and came to a narrow way in the earth, hung with black, at the end of it a steadfast blaze like a sun, that grew larger as they advanced, and they heard the sea above them. The noise of it, and its plunging and weltering and its pitilessness, struck on the heart of Shibli Bagarag as with a blow, and he cried, "Haste, haste, O Princess! Perchance she is even now calling to me with her tongue, and I, not aiding her, delayed by the temptation of this crown and the guile of the brides. She checked him, and said, In Aklis, no haste. Then she said, Look! And lo, fronting them the single blaze became 2 fires, and, drawing nigh, Shibli Bagarag beheld them what they were, angry eyes in the head of a great lion, a model of majesty. And passion was in his mane, and power was in his forepaws. So while he lashed his tail as a tempest whippeth the tawny billows at night, and was lifting himself for a roar, she said, A hair of Garaveen, and touch him with it. Shibli Bagarag pushed up his sleeve, and broke one of the 3 sapphire hairs, and stepped forward to the lion, holding in his right hand the hair of vivid light. The lion crouched, and was in the vigour of the spring when that hair touched him, and he trembled, tumbling on his knees and letting the twain pass. So they advanced beyond him, and lo, the cave of chrysolites, irradiate with beams, breaks of brilliance, confluences of lively hues, restless rays, meeting, vanishing, flooding splendours, now scattered in dazzling joints and spars, now uniting in momentary discs of radiance. In the centre of the cave glowed a furnace, and round it he distinguished the 7 youths, swarthier and sterner than before, dark sweat standing on the brows of each. Their words were brief, and they wore each a terrible frown, saying to him, without further salutation, Thrust in the flame of this furnace thy right wrist. At the same moment the antelope said in his ear, Do thou their bidding, and be not backward. In Aklis fear is ruin, and hesitation a destroyer. He fixed his mind on the devotedness of Noorna, and held his nether lip tightly between his teeth, and thrust his right wrist in the flame of the furnace. The wrist reddened, and became transparent with heat, but he felt no pain, only that his whole arm was thrice its natural weight. Then the flame of the furnace fell, and the 7 youths made him kneel by a brook of golden waters, and dip his forehead up to his eyes in the waters. Then they took him to the other side of the cave, and his sight was strengthened to mark the glory of the sword, where it hung in slings, a little way from the wall, outshining the lights of the cave, and throwing them back with its superior force and steadfastness of lustre. Lo, the length of it was the length of crimson across the sea when the sun is sideways on the wave, and it seemed a full mile long, the whole blade sheening like an arrested lightning from the end to the hilt. The hilt 2 large live serpents twined together, with eyes like sombre jewels, and sparkling spotted skins, points of fire in their folds, and reflections of the emerald and topaz and ruby stones, studded in the blood-stained haft. Then the 7 young men, sons of Aklis, said to Shibli Bagarag, Surrender the lily. And when he had given into their hands the lily, they said, Grasp the handle of the sword. Now he beheld the sword, and the ripples of violet heat that were breathing down it, and those 2 venomous serpents twined together, and the size of it, its ponderousness, and to essay lifting it appeared to him a madness. But he concealed his thought, and, setting his soul on the safety of Noorna, went forward to it boldly, and piercing his right arm between the twists of the serpents, grasped the jewelled haft. Surely the sword moved from the slings as if a giant had swayed it. But what amazed him was the marvel of the blade, for its sharpness was such that nothing stood in its way, and it slipped through everything as we pass through still water, the stone columns, blocks of granite by the walls of earth, and the thick solidity of the ground beneath his feet. They bade him say to the sword, Sleep, and it was no longer than a knife in the girdle. Likewise they bade him hiss on the heads of the serpents, and say, Wake, and while he held it lengthwise, it shot lengthening out. Then they bade him hold in one hand the sapphire hair that conquered the lion, and with the edge of the sword touch one point of it. So he did that, and it split in half, and the 2 halves he also split, and he split those 4, and those 8, till the hairs were as thin as light, and not distinguishable from it. When Shibli Bagarag saw the power of the sword, he exulted and cried, Praise be to the science of them that forecast events, and the haps of life! Now in the meantime he marked the youths take those hairs of Garaveen that he had split, and tie them round the neck of the antelope, and empty the contents of the phial down her throat, and they put the bulb of the lily, that was a heart, in her mouth, and she swallowed it till the flower covered her face. Then they took each a handful of the golden waters of the brook flowing through the cave, and flung the waters over her, exclaiming, By the 3 spells that have power in Aklis, and by which these waters are a blessing. In the passing of a flash she took her shape, and was a damsel taller than the tallest of them that descend from the mountains, a vision of loveliness, with queenly brows, closed red lips, and large full black eyes, her hair black, and on it a net of amber strung with pearls. To look upon her was to feel the tyranny of love, love's pangs of alarm and hope and anguish, and she was dressed in a dress of white silk, threaded with gold and sapphire, showing in shadowy beams her rounded figure, and the stateliness that was hers. So she ran to her brothers and embraced them, calling them by their names, catching their hands, caressing them, as one that had been long parted from them. Then, seeing Shibli Bagarag as he stood transfixed, with the javelins of loveliness that flew from her on all sides, she cried, "What, O Master of the Event? Halt thou not for the sword, but to gaze before thee in silliness?" Then he said, "O rare in beauty, marvel of Aklis and the world, surely the paradise of eyes is thy figure and the glory of thy face." But she shouted, "To work with the sword! Shame on thee! Is there not one, a bright one, a miracle in faithfulness, that awaiteth thy rescue on the pillar?" And she repeated the praises he had spoken of Noorna bin Noorka, his betrothed. Then he grasped the sword firmly, remembering the love of Noorna, and crying, "Lead me from this, O ye sons of Aklis! And thou, Princess Gulrevaz, lead me that I may come to her." So they said, "Follow us," and he sheathed the sword in his girdle with the word "Sleep," and followed them, his heart beating violently. End of chapter 15. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 22 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 16. Karuk. Now they sped from the cave of Chrysolides by another passage than that by which they entered it, and nothing but the light of the sword to guide them. By that light Shibli Bagarag could distinguish glimmering shapes, silent and statue-like, to the right and the left of them, their visages hidden in a veil of heavy webs. And he saw what seemed in the dusk broad halls, halls of council, and again black pools and black groves, and columns of crowded porticos, all signs of an underground kingdom. They came to some steps and mounted these severally, coming to a platform in the middle of which leapt a fountain, the top spray of it touched with a beam of earth, and the air breathed by men. Here he heard the youths dabble with the dark waters, and he discerned Gulrevaz tossing it in her two hands, calling, "Karuk! Karuk!" Then they said to him, "Stir this fountain with the sword, O Master of the Event." So he stirred the fountain, and the whole body of it took a leap toward the light, that was like the shoot of a long lance of silver in the moon's rays, and lo, in its place the ruffled feathers of a bird. Then the 7 youths and the Princess and Shibli Bagarag got up under its feathers like a brood of waterfowl, and the bird winged straight up as doth a blinded bee, ascending and passing in the ascent, a widening succession of winding terraces, till he observed the copper sun of Aklis and the red lands below it. Thrice in the exuberance of his gladness he waved the sword, and the sun lost that dullness on its disk and took a bright flame, and threw golden arrows everywhere, and the pastures were green, the streams clear, the sands sparkling. The bird flew and circled and hung poised a moment, presently descending on the roof of the palace. Now there was here a piece of solid glass, propped on 2 crossed bars of gold, and it was shaped like an eye, and might have been taken for one of the eyes inhabiting the head of some monstrous genie. Shibli Bagarag ran to it when he was afoot, and peered through it. Surely it was the first object of his heart that he beheld. Noorna, his betrothed, pale on the pillar, she with her head between her hands and her hair scattered by the storm as one despairing. Still he looked, and he saved swimming round the pillar that monstrous fish, with its sole baleful eye, which had gulped them both in the closed shell of magic pearl, and he knew the fish for Karaz, the genie, their enemy. Then he turned to the Princess with an imploring voice of counsel, how to reach her and bring her rescue. But she said, "The sword is in thy hands, none of us dare wield it." And the 7 youths answered likewise. So left to himself, he drew the sword from his girdle and hissed on the heads of the serpents, at the same time holding it so that it might lengthen out inimitably. Then he leaned it over the eye of glass in the direction of the pillar besieged by the billows, and lo! with one cut, even at that distance, he divided the fishy monster, and with another severed the chains that had fettered Noorna, and she arose and smiled blissfully to the sky, and stood upright, and signalled him to lay the point of the blade on the pillar. When he had done this, knowing her wisdom, she put a foot boldly upon the blade, and ran up it toward him, and she was half way up the blade, when suddenly a kite darted down upon her, pecking at her eyes to confuse her. She waxed unsteady, and swayed this way and that, balancing with one arm and defending herself from the attacks of the kite with another. It seemed to Shibli Bagarag she must fall and be lost, and the sweat started on his forehead in great drops big as nuts. Seeing that, in the agitation of his limbs, Gulrevaz cried, "O Master of the Event, let us hear it." But he shrieked, "The kite, the kite! She is running up the blade, and the kite is at her eyes, and she's swaying, swaying, falling, falling." So the Princess exclaimed, "A kite! Koorookh is match for a kite!" Then she smoothed the throat of Koorookh, and clasped round it a collar of bright steel, roughened with secret characters, and she took a hoop of gold and passed the bird through it, urging it all the while with one strange syllable, and the bird went up with a strong whir of the wing, till he was over the sea, and caught sight of Noorna tottering beneath him on the blade, and the kite pecking fiercely at her. Thereat he fluttered eagerly a twinkle of time, and the next was down with his beak in the neck of the kite, crimsoned in it. Now, by the shouts and exclamations of Shibli Bagarag, the Princess and the 7 youths, her brothers, knew that the bird had performed well his task, and that the fight was between Koorookh and the kite. Then he cried gladly to them, "Joy for us, and Allah be praised! The kite is dropping, and she leaneth on one wing of Koorookh." And he cried in anguish, "What see I? The kite is become a white ball, rolling down the blade toward her, and it will of a surety destroy her." And he called to her, thinking vainly his voice might reach her. So the Princess said, "A white ball! 'Tis I that am match for a white ball." Now she seized from the corner of the palace roof a bow and an arrow, and her brothers lifted her to a level with the hilt of the sword, leaning on the eye of glass. Then she planted one foot on the shoulder of Shibli Bagarag, as he bent peering through the eye, and fitted the arrow to a level of the sword, slanting its slant, and let it fly, doubling the bow. Shibli Bagarag saw the ball roll to within a foot of Noorna, when it was as if stricken by a gleam of light, and burst, and was a black cloud veined with fire, swathing her in folds. He lost all sight of Noorna, and where she had been were vivid flashes, and then a great flame, and in the midst a red serpent and a green serpent, twisted as in the death struggle. So he cried, "A red serpent and a green serpent!" And the sons of Aklis exclaimed, "A red serpent! 'Tis we that are match for a red serpent!" Thereupon they descended steps through the palace roof, and while the fight between those 2 serpents was raging, Shibli Bagarag beheld 7 small bright birds, bee catchers, that entered the flame, bearing in their bills slips of an herb, and hovering about the heel of the red serpent, distracting it. Then he saw the red serpent hiss and snap at one, darting out its tongue, and lo! on the fork of its tongue the little bird let fall the slip of herb in its bill, and in an instant the serpent changed from red to yellow, and from yellow to pale spotted blue, and from that to a speckled indigo color, writhing at every change, and hissing fire from its open jaws. Meantime the green serpent was released, and was making circles round the flame, seeking to complete some enchantment, when suddenly the whole scene vanished, and Shibli Bagarag again beheld Noorna steadying her steps on the blade, and leaning on one wing of Koorookh. She advanced up the blade, coming nearer and nearer, and he thought her close, and breathed quick, and ceased looking through the glass. When he gazed abroad, lo! she was with Koorookh on a far hill beyond the stream in outer Aklis. So he said to the Princess Gulrevaz, O Princess, comes she not to me here in the palace? But the Princess shook her head and said, She hath not a spell, she waiteth for thee yonder with Koorookh. Now look through the glass once more. He looked through the glass, and there on a plain, as he had first seen it when Noorna appeared to him, was the city of Shagpat, and in the streets of the city a vast assembly, and a procession passing on, its front banner surmounted by the crescent, and bands with curled and curved instruments playing, and slaves scattering gold and clashing cymbals, every demonstration and evidence of a great day and a high occasion in the city of Shagpat. So he peered yet keenlier through the glass, and behold, the Vizier Feshnavat, father of Noorna, walking in fetters, subject to the gibes and evil speaking of the crowds of people, his turban off, and he in a robe of drab coloured stuff, in the scorned condition of an unbeliever. Shibli Bagarag peered yet more earnestly through the glass eye, and in the centre of the procession, clad gorgeously in silks and stuffs, woven with gold and gems, a crown upon his head, and the appanages of supremacy and majesty about him, was Shagpat. He paced upon a yellow flooring that was unrolled before him from a mighty roll, and there were slaves that swarmed on all sides of him, supporting upon gold pans and platters the masses of hair that spread bushily before and behind, and to the right and left of him. Truly the gravity of his demeanour exceeded that which is attained by sheiks and dervishes after much drinking of the waters of wisdom, and fasting, and abnegation of the pleasures that betray us to the folly in this world. Now when he saw Shagpat, the soul of Shibli Bagarag was quickened to do his appointed work upon him, shear him, and release the Vizier Feshnavat. Desire to shave Shagpat was as a salt thirst raging in him, as the dream of munching to one that starveth, even as the impelling of violent tempests to skiffs on the sea, and he hungered to be at him, crying as he peered, "'Tis he, even he, Shagpat!" Then he turned to the Princess Gulrevaz and said, "'Tis Shagpat exalted, clothed with majesty, O thou morning star of Aklis!" She said, "Koorookh is given thee, and waiteth to carry ye both, and for me I will watch that this glass send forth a beam to light ye to that city. So farewell, O thou that are loved, and delay in nothing to finish the work in hand." Now when he had set his face from the Princess, he descended through the roof of the palace, and met the 7 youths returning, and they accompanied him through the halls of the palace, to that hall where the damsels had duped him. He was mindful of his promise to the old man crowned, and flashed the sword a strong flash, so that he who looked on it would be seared in the eyelashes. Then the doors of the recesses flew apart, 80 and 90 in number, and he beheld divers sitters on thrones, with the diadem of asses' ears stiffened upright, and monkeys' skulls grinning with gems, they having on each countenance the look of sovereigns and the serenity of high estate. Shibli Bagarag laughed at them, and he thought, "Wullahy, was I one of these? I, the beloved of Noorna, destined master of the Event?" And he thought, "Of a surety, if these sitters could but laugh at themselves, there would be a release for them, and the crown would topple off which getteth the homage of asses and monkeys." He would have spoken to them, but the son of Aklis said, "They have seen the flashing of the sword, and 'twere well they wake not." As they went from the hall, the 7 youths said, "Reflect upon the age of these sitters, that have been sitting in the chairs from 3 to 11 generations back, and they were searchers of the sword like thee, but were duped. In like manner the hen sitteth in complacency, but she bringeth forth and may cackle. 'Tis owing to the aids of Norna that thou art not one of these sitters, O Master of the Event." Now they paced through the hall of dainty provender, and through the hall of jewel fountains, coming to the palace steps, where stood Abarak leaning on his bar. As they advanced to Abarak, there was a clamour in the halls behind, that gathered in noise like a torrent, and approached, and presently the master was ware of a sharp stroke on his forehead with a hairy finger, and then a burn, and the crown that had clung to him toppled off. Surely it fell upon the head of the old monkey, the cautious and wise one, he that had made a study of Shibli Bagarag. Thereupon that monkey stalked scornfully from them, and Abarak cried, O Master of the Event, it was better for me to keep the passage of the seventh pillar than be an ape of this order. Wah! The flashing of the sword scorcheth them, and they scamper. End of chapter 16.
Section 23 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 17. The Veiled Figure. Verily there was lightning in Aklis as Shibli Bagarag flashed the sword over the clamouring beasts. The shape of the great palace stood forth vividly, and a wide illumination struck up the streams, and gilded the large hanging leaves, and drew the hills glimmeringly together, and scattered fires on the flat faces of the rocks. Then the 7 youths said quickly, Away, out of Aklis, O Master of the Event! From city to city of earth this light is visible, and men will know that fate is in travail, and an event preparing for them, and Shagpat will be warned by the portent. Wherefore lose not the happy point of time on which thy star is manifest. And they cried again, Away, out of Aklis, with gestures of impatience urging his departure. Then he said, O youths, sons of Aklis, it is written that gratitude is the poor man's mine of wealth, and the rich man's flower of beauty. And I have but that to give ye for all this aid and friendliness of yours. But they exclaimed, No aid or friendliness in Aklis. By the gall of the rock, it is well for thee thou camest armed with potent spells, and hadst one to advise and inspirit thee, or thou wouldst have stayed here to people Aklis, and grazed in a strange shape. Now the 7 waxed in impatience, and he laid their hands upon his head, and moved from them with Abarak, to where in the dusk the elephant that had brought them stood. Then the elephant kneeled and took the twain upon his back, and bore them across the dark land to that reach of the river where the boat was moored in readiness. They entered the boat silently among its drapery of lotuses, and the veiled figure ferried them over the stream that rippled not with their motion. As they were crossing, Desire to know that veiled figure counselled Shibli Bagarag evilly to draw the sword again, and flash it so that the veil became transparent. Then, when Abarak turned to him for the reason of the flashing of the sword, he beheld the eyes of the youth fixed in horror, gazing as at sights beyond the tomb. He said naught, but as the boat's head whispered among the reeds and long flowers of the opposite marge, he took Shibli Bagarag by the shoulders and pushed him out of the boat, and leaped out likewise, leading him from the marge forcibly, hurrying him forward from it, he at the heels of the youth propelling him, and crying in out-of-breath voice at intervals, "What sight? What sight?" But the youth was powerless of speech, and when at last he opened his lips, the little man shrank from him, for he laughed as do the insane, a peal of laughter ended by gasps, then a louder peal, presently softer, then a peal that started all the echoes in Aklis. After a while, as Abarak still cried in his ear, "What sight?" he looked at him with a large eye, saying querulously, "Is it written I shall be pushed by the shoulder through life? And is it in the pursuit of further thwackings?" Abarak heeded him not, crying still, "What sight?" and Shibli Bagarag lowered his tone and jerked his body, pronouncing the name, Rabes Quarat. Then Abarak exclaimed, "'Tis as I weened, O fool, to flash the sword and peer through the veil. Truly, there be few wits will bear that sight." On a sudden he cried, "No cure but one, and that asleep in the bosom of the betrothed." Thereupon he hurried the youth yet faster across the dark lawns of Aklis towards the passage of the seventh pillar, by which the twain had entered that kingdom. And Shibli Bagarag saw as in a dream the shattered door, shattered by the bar, remembering dimly as a thing distant in years the netting of the queen, and Noorna chained upon the pillar. He remembered Shagpat even vacantly in his mind, as one sheaf of barley amid other sheaves of the bearded field, so was he overcome by the awfulness of that sight behind the veil of the veiled figure. As they advanced to the passage, he was aware of an impediment to its entrance, as it had been a wall of stone there, and seeing Abarak enter the passage without let, he kicked hard in front at the invisible obstruction, but there was no coming by. Abarak returned to him and took his right arm and raised the sleeve from his wrist, and lo, the two remaining hairs of Garraveen twisted around it in sapphire winds. Cried he, "Oh, the generosity of Gulrevaz! She has left these two hairs that he may accomplish swiftly the destiny marked for him. But now, since his gazing through the veil, he must part with them to get out of Aklis." And he muttered, "His star is a strange one, one that leadeth him to fortune by the path of frowns, to greatness by the aid of thwackings. Truly the ways of Allah are wonderful." Shibli Bagarag resisted him in nothing, and Abarak loosed the two bright hairs from his wrist, and these two hairs swelled and took glittering scales, and were sapphire snakes with wings of intense emerald. And they rose in the air spirally together, each over each, so that to see them one would fancy in the darkness a fountain of sapphire waters flashed with the sheen of emerald. When they had reached a height loftier than the topmost palace towers of Aklis, they descended like javelins into the earth, and in a moment reappeared in the shape of genii, when they are charitably disposed to them they visit. Not much above the mortal size, nor over bright, save for a certain fire in their eyes when they turned them. And they were clothed each from head to foot in an armour of sapphire plates shot with steely emerald. Surely the dragonfly that darteth all day in the blaze over pools is like what they were. Abarak bit his forefinger and said, "Who be ye, O sons of brilliance?" They answered, "Karavejis and Vijravush, slaves of the sword." Then he said, "Come with us now, O slaves of the sword, and help us to the mountain of outer Aklis." They answered, "O thou, there be but two means for us of quitting Aklis, on the wrist of the Master, or down the blade of the sword. And from the wrist of the Master we have been loosened, and no one of thy race can tie us to it again." Abarak said, "How then shall the Master leave Aklis?" They answered, "By Allah, in Aklis he can carve a way whither he will with the sword." But Abarak cried, "O Karavejis and Vijravush, he hath peered through the veil of the faring figure." Now when they heard his words, the visages of the genii darkened, and they exclaimed sorrowfully, "Serve we such a one?" And they looked at Shibli Bagarag, a look of anger, so that he, whose wits were in past occurrences, imagined them his enemy and the foe of Noorna split in two, crying, "How? Is Karaz a couple, and do I multiply him with strokes of the sword?" Thereupon he drew the sword from his girdle in wrath, flourishing it, and Karavejis and Vijravush felt the might of the sword, and prostrated themselves to the ground at his feet. And Abarak said, "Arise, and bring us swiftly to the mountain of outer Aklis." Then they said, "Seek a passage down yonder brook in the moonbeams, and it is the sole passage for him now." Abarak went with them to the brook that was making watery music to itself, between banks of splintered rock and over broad slabs of marble, bubbling here and there about the roots of large-leaved water-flowers, and catching the mirrored moon of Aklis in whirls, breaking it in lances. Then they waded into the water knee-deep, and the two genii seized hold of a great slab of marble in the middle of the water, and under was a hollow brimmed with the brook, that the brook partly filled and flowed over. Then the genie said to Abarak, "Plunge!" and they said the same to Shibli Bagarag. The swayer of the sword replied, as it had been a simple occasion, a common matter, and a thing for the exercise of civility, "With pleasure and all willingness." Thereupon he tightened his girth, and arrowing his two hands, flung up his heels and disappeared into the depths, Abarak following. Surely those two went diving downward, till it seemed to each there was no bottom in the depth, and they would not cease to feel the rushing of the water in their ears till the time anticipated by mortals. End of chapter 17. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. Section 24 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 18. The Bosom of Noorna. Now while 1,000 sparks of fire were bursting on the sight of the two divers, and they speeded, heels uppermost, to the destiny marked out for them by the premeditations of the All-Wise, lo, Noorna was on the mountain in outer Aklis with Kuruk, waiting for the appearance of a betrothed, sword in hand. She saw beams from the blazing eye of Aklis, and knew by the redness of it that one, a mortal, was peering on the earth and certain of created things. So she waited a while in patience for the return of her betrothed, with the head of Kuruk in her lap, caressing the bird and teaching it words of her language, and the bird fashioned its bill to the pronouncing of names such as Noorna, and Feshnawat, and Gurelka, and it said Karaz, and stuck not at the name Shagpat. And it learned to say even, Shagpat shall be shaved, Shagpat shall be shaved, but no effort of Noorna could teach it to say Shibli Bagarak, the bird calling instead Shiparak, Shiplabarak, Shibli Shabarak. And Noorna chid it with her forefinger, crying, O Kuruk, wilt thou speak all names but that one of my betrothed? So she said again, Shibli Bagarak, and the bird answered, imitating its best, Shiberakawarak. Noorna was wroth with it, crying, O naughty bird, is the name of my beloved hateful to thee? And she chid Kuruk angrily, he with a heavy eye sulking, and keeping the sullen feathers close upon its pole. Now she thought, there is in this a meaning, and I will fathom it. So she counted the letters in the name of her betrothed, that were 13, and spelt them backwards, afterwards multiplying them by an equal number, and fashioning words from the selection of every third and seventh letter. Then took she the leaf from a tree, and bade Kuruk fly with her to the base of the mountain sloping from Aklis to the sea, and there wrote with a pin's point on the leaf the words fashioned, dipping the leaf in the salt ripple by the beach till they were distinctly traced. And it was revealed to her that Shibli Bagarak bore now a name that might be uttered by none, for that the bearer of it had peered through the veil of the faring figure in Aklis. When she knew that, her grief was heavy, and she sat on the cold stones of the beach, and among the bright shells, weeping in anguish, losing her hair, scattering it wildly, exclaiming, Awahi, woe on me! Was ever man more tired than he before entering Aklis, he that was in turns abased and beloved and exalted, yet his weakness clingeth to him even in Aklis, and with the wondrous sword in his grasp. Then she thought, still he had strength to wield the sword, for I marked the flashing of it, and 'twas he that leaned forward the blade to me, and he possesses the qualities that bring one gloriously to the fruits of enterprise. And she thought, of a surety, if Abarak be with him, and a single of the 3 slaves of the sword that I released from the tail of Garaveen, Ravijura, Karavijis, and Vijravush, he will yet come through, and I may revive him in my bosom for the task. So thinking upon that, the sweet crimson surprised her cheeks, and she arose and drew Kuruk with her along the beach till they came to some rocks piled ruggedly, and the waves breaking over them. She mounted these, and stepped across them to the entrance of a cavern where flowed a full water swiftly to the sea, rolling smooth bulks over and over, and with a translucent light in each, showing precious pebbles in the bed of the water below, agates of size, limpid cornelians, plates of polished jet, rubies, diamonds innumerable that were smitten into sheen by slant rays of the level sun, the sun just losing its circle behind lustrous billows of that enchanted sea. She turned to Kuruk a moment, saying with a coax of smiles, Will my bird wait here for me even at this point? Kuruk clapped both his wings, and she said again, petting him, He will keep watch to pluck me from the force of water as I roll past, that I be not carried to sea and lost. Kuruk still clapped his wings, and she entered under the arch of the cavern. It was roofed with crystals, a sight of glory, with golden lamps at intervals, still centres of 1,000 beams. Taking the sandal from her left foot, and tucking up the folds of her trousers to the bend of her clear white knee, she advanced, half wading, up the winds of the cavern, and holding by the juts of granite here and there, till she came to a long straight lane in the cavern, and at the end of it, far down, a solid pillar of many-coloured water that fell into the current, as it had been one block of gleaming marble from the roof without ceasing. Now she made toward it, and fixed her eye verily wide on it, and it was bright, flawless in brilliancy. But while she gazed, a sudden blot was visible, and she observed in the body of the fall two dark objects plumping downward one after the other like bolts, and they splashed in the current and were carried off by the violence of its full sweep, shooting by her where she stood rapidly. But she, knotting her garments round the waist to give her limbs freedom and swiftness, ran a space and then bent and plunged, catching as she rose the foremost to her bosom, and whirled away under the flashing crystals, like a fish scaled with splendours, that hath darted and seized upon a prey, and is bearing it greedily to some secure corner of the deeps to swallow the quivering repast at leisure. Surely the heart of Noorna was wise of what she bore against her bosom, and it beat exulting strokes in the midst of the rush and roar and gurgle of the torrent, and the gulping sounds and multitudinous outcries of the headlong water. That verse of the poet would apply to her where he says, "Lead me to the precipice, and bid me leap the dark abyss. I care not what the danger be, so my beloved, my beauteous vision, be but the prize I bear with me, for she to paradise can turn perdition. Praise be to him that planteth love, the worker of this marvel within us." Now she sped in the manner narrated through the mazes of the cavern, coming suddenly to the point at the entrance where perched Kuruk gravely upon one leg, like a bird with an angling beak. He caught at her as she was hurtling toward the sea, and drew her to the bank of rock, that burden on her bosom, and it was Shibli Bagarag, her betrothed, his eyes closed, his whole countenance colourless. Behind him like a shadow streamed Abarak, and Noorna kneeled by the waterside and fetched the little man from it likewise. He was without a change, as if drawn from a familiar element, and when he had prostrated himself thrice and called on the Prophet's name in the form of thanksgiving, he wrung his beard of the wet, and had wit to bless the action of Noorna that saved him. Then the two raised Shibli Bagarag from the rock, and reclined him lengthwise under the wings of Kuruk, and Noorna stretched herself there beside him, with one arm about his neck, the fair head of the youth on her bosom, and she said to Abarak, "He hath dreamed many dreams, my betrothed, but never one so sweet as that I give him. Already, see, the hue returneth to his cheek, and the dimples of pleasure." So was it, and she said, "Mount, O thou of the net and the bar, and stride Kuruk across the neck, for it is nigh the setting of the moon, and by dawn we must be in our middle flight, seen of men a cloud over them." Said Abarak, "To hear is to obey." He bestrode the neck of Kuruk and sat with dangling feet, till she cried, "Rise!" And the bird spread its wings and flapped them wide, rising high in the silver rays, and flying rapidly forward with the three on him, from the mountain in front of Aklis, and the white sea with its enchanted isles and wonders, flying and soaring till the earth was as what might be held in the hollow of the hand, and the kingdoms of the earth a mingled heap of shining dust in the midst. End of chapter 18. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. Section 25 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 19. The Revival. Now, the feathers of Kuruk in his flight were ruffled by a chill breeze, and they were speeding through a light glow of cold rose colour. Then said Noorna, "'Tis the messenger of morning, the blush. Oh, what changes will date from this day!" The glow of rose became golden, and they beheld underneath them on one side the rim of the rising red sun, and rays streaming over the earth and its waters. And Noorna said, "I must warn Feshnavat, my father, and prepare him for our coming." So she plucked a feather from Koorookh and laid the quill downward, letting it drop. Then said she, "Now for the awakening of my betrothed." Thereupon she hugged his head a moment and kissed him on the eyelids, the cheeks, and the lips, crying, "By this means only." Crying that, she pushed him, sliding from the back of the bird, and he parted from them, falling head foremost in the air like a stricken eagle. Then she called to Koorookh, "Seize him!" And the bird slanted his beak and closed his wings, the two, Abarak and Noorna, clinging to him tightly, and he was down like an arrow between Shibli Bagarag and the ground, spreading beneath him like a tent. And Noorna caught the youth gently to her lap. Then she pushed him off again, intercepting his descent once more, till they were on a level with one of the mountains of the earth, from which the city of Shagpat is visible among the yellow sands like a white spot in the yolk of an egg. So by this time the eyes of the youth gave symptoms of a desire to look upon the things that be, peeping faintly beneath the lashes, and she exclaimed joyfully, raising her white hands above her head, "One plunge in the lake, and life will be his again." Below them was a green lake, tinted by the dawn with crimson and yellow, deep and with high banks. As they crossed it to the middle, she slipped off the youth from Koorookh, and he with a great plunge was received into the stillness of the lake. Meanwhile Koorookh quivered his wings and seized him when he arose, bearing him to an end of the lake where stood one dressed like a dervish, and it was the Wazir Feshnavat, the father of Noorna. So when he saw them he shouted the shout of congratulation, catching Noorna to his breast, and Shibli Bagarag stretched as doth a heavy sleeper in his last doze, saying in a yawning voice, "What trouble? I wot there is not more for us now that Shagpat is shaved. Oh, I have had a dream, a dream! He that is among Houris in paradise dreameth not a dream like that, and I dreamed, 'tis gone." Then said he, staring at them, "Who be ye? What is this?" Noorna took him again to her bosom, and held him there, and she plucked a herb, and squeezed it till a drop from it fell on either of his lids, applying to them likewise a dew from the serpents of the sword, and he awoke to the reality of things. Surely then he prostrated himself, and repeated the articles of his faith, taking one hand of his betrothed and kissing her, and he embraced Abarak and Feshnavat, saying to the father of Noorna, "I know, O Feshnavat, that by my folly and through my weakness I have lost time in this undertaking, but it shall be short work now with Shagpat. This thy daughter, the eclipser of reason, was ever a prize as she? I will deserve her. Wullahy, I am now a new man, sprung like fire from ashes. Lo, I am revived by her for the great work." Said Abarak, "O master of the event, secure now without delay the two slaves of the sword, and lean the blade toward Aklis." Upon that he ran up rapidly to the summit of the mountain, and drew the sword from his girdle, and leaned it towards Aklis, and it lengthened out over lands, the blade of it a beam of solid brilliance. Presently, from forth the invisible remoteness, they saw the two Genii, Karavejis and Vijravush, and they were footing the blade swiftly like stars, speeding up till they were within reach of the serpents of the hilt, when they dropped to the earth, bowing their heads. So he commanded them to rise, crying, "Search ye the earth and its confines, and bring hither tidings of the Genie Karaz." They said, "To hear is to obey." Then they began to circle round each other, circling more and more sharply, till beyond the stretch of sight, and Shibli Bagarag said to Feshnavat, "Am I not awake, O Feshnavat? I will know where is Karaz ere I seek to operate on Shagpat, for it is well spoken of the poet, 'Obstructions first remove, ere thou thy cunning prove.' And I will encounter this Karaz that was our ass, ere I try the great shave." Then he said, turning quickly, "Yonder is the light from Aklis, striking on the city, and I mark Shagpat, even he, illumined by it, singled out where he sitteth on the roof of the palace by the marketplace." So they looked, and it was as he had spoken, that Shagpat was singled out in the midst of the city by the wondrous beams of the eye of Aklis, and made prominent in effulgence. said Abarak, climbing to the level of observation. "He hath a redness like the inside of a halved pomegranate." Feshnavat stroked his chin, exclaiming, "He may be likened to a mountain goat in the midst of a forest roaring with conflagration." Said Shibli Bagarag, "Now is he the red-maned lion, the bristling boar, the uncombed buffalo, the plumaged cock, but soon will he be like nothing else save the wrinkled kernel of a shaggy fruit. Lo, now the sword, it leapeth to be at him, and 'twill be as the keen icicle of winter to that perishing foliage, that doomed crop. So doth the destined minute destroy with a flash the hoarded arrogance of ages, and the destined hand doeth what creation failed to perform. And 'tis by order, destiny, and preordainment that the works of this world come to pass. This know I, and I witness thereto that am of a surety ordained to the shaving of Shagpat." Then he stood apart and gazed from Shagpat to the city that now began to move with the morning. Elephants and coursers saddled by the gates of the king's palace were visible, and camels blocking the narrow streets and the markets bustling. Surely, though the sun illumined that city, it was as a darkness behind Shagpat, singled by the beams of Aklis. End of chapter 19. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. Section 26 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Glenn. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith, Chapter 20. The plot. Now, while Shibli Bagarag gazed on Shagpat, kindled by the beams of Aklis, lo! the genii Karavejis and Vijravush, circling each other in swift circles like two sapphire rings toward him, and they whirled to a point above his head and fell, and prostrated themselves at his feet. So he cried, "O ye slaves of the sword, my servitors, how of the whereabout of Karaz?" They answered, "O master of the event, we found him after many circlings far off, and 'twas by the borders of the putrid sea. We came not close on him, for he is stronger than we without the sword. But it seemed he was distilling drops of an oil from certain substances, large thickened drops that dropped into a phial." Then Shibli Bagarag said, "The season of weakness with me is over, and they that confide in my strength, my cunning, my watchfulness, my wielding of the sword, have naught to fear for themselves. Now this is my plot, O Feshnavat, that part of it in which thou art to have a share. 'Tis that thou depart forthwith to the city yonder, and enter thy palace by a back entrance, and I will see that thou art joined within an hour of thy arrival there by Baba Mustapha, my uncle the gabbler. He is there, as I guess by signs. I have had warnings of him. Discover him speedily. Thy task is then to induce him to make an attempt on the head of Shagpat in all wiliness, as he and thou think well to devise. He will fail, as I know, but what is that saying of the poet? Persist, if thou wouldst truly reach thine ends, for failures oft are but advising friends. And he says, every failure is a step advanced to him who will consider how it chanced. Wherefore will I that this attempt be made, keeping the counsel that is mine, thou must tell Baba Mustapha I wait without the city to reward him by my powers of reward with all that he best loveth. So, when he has failed in his attempt on Shagpat, and blows fall plenteously upon him, and he is regaled with the accustomed thwacking, as I have tasted it in this undertaking, do thou waste no further word on him, for his part is over. And as is said, waste not a word in enterprise, against or for the minute flies. 'Tis then for thee, O Feshnavat, to speed to the presence of the king in his majesty, and thou wilt find means of coming to him by a disguise. Once in the hall of council, challenge the tongue of contradiction to affirm Shagpat other than a bald pate bewigged. This is for thee to do. Quoth Feshnavat plaintively after thought, And what becometh of me, O thou master of the event? Shibli Bagarag said, The clutch of the executioner will be upon thee, O Feshnavat, and a clamouring multitude around. Short breathing time given thee, O father of Noorna, ere the time of breathing is commanded to cease. Now, in that respite, the thing that'll occur, 'tis for thee to see and mark. Sure, never will the reverse of things be more complete, and the other side of the picture more rapidly exhibited. If all go as I conceive and plot, and the trap be not premature nor too perfect for the trappers, as the poet has declared, ye that intrigue, to thy slaves proper portions adapt. Perfectest plot burst too often, for all are not apt. And I witness likewise to the excellence of his saying, to master an event, study men. The minutes are well spent only then. Also 'tis he that says, the man of men who knoweth men, the man of men is he. His army is the human race, and every foe must flee. So have I appointed to thee thy work, to Baba Mustapha his, reserving to myself the work that is mine. Thereat Feshnavat exclaimed, O master of the event, may I be thy sacrifice, on my head be it, and for thee to command is for me to obey. But surely this sword of thine that is in thy girdle, the marvellous blade, 'tis alone equal to the project and the shave, and the matter might be consummated, the great thing done, even from this point whence we behold Shagpat visible, as 'twere brought forth toward us by the beams. And this sword swayed by thee, and with thy skill and strength, and the hardihood of hand that is thine, wullahy, 'twould share him now, this moment, taking the light of Aklis for a lather. Shibli Bagarag knotted the brows of impatience, crying, Hast thou forgotten Karaz in thy calculations? I know of a surety what this sword will do, and I wot the oil he distilleth strengthened Shagpat but against common blades. Yet shall it not be spoken of me, Shibli Bagarag, that I was tripped by my own conceit, the poet counselleth, when for any mighty end thou hast the aid of heaven, mount until thy strength shall match those great means which are given. Nor that I was overthrown in despising mine enemy, forgetful of the saying of the sage, read the features of thy foe wherever he may find thee. Small he is, seen face to face, but thrice his size behind thee. Wullahy, this Karaz is a genie of craft and resources, one of a mighty stock, and I must close with Shagpat to be sure of him, and that I am not deceived by semblances, opposing guile with guile, and guile deeper than his, for that he awaited it not, thinking I have leapt in fancy beyond the event, and am puffed by the after breaths of adulation. Aye, thinking I pluck the blossoms in my hunger for the fruit, that I eat the chick of the yet unlaid egg, O Feshnavat, as is said, and the warrior beareth witness to the wisdom of it. His weapon I'll study, my own conceal. So with 2 arms to his one I shall deal. The same also testifieth, 'tis folly of the hero, though resistless in the field, to stake the victory on his steel, and fling away the shield. And likewise, examine thine armour in every joint, for slain was the giant, and by a pin's point. Wah! 'Tis certain there will need subtlety in this undertaking, and a plot plotted, so do thou my bidding, and fail not in the part assigned to thee. Now Feshnavat was persuaded by his words, and cried, In diligence, discretion, and the virtues which characterize subordinates I go, and I delay not. I will perform the thing required of me, O master of the event. And he repeated in verse, With danger beset, be the path crooked or narrow, thou art the bow, and I the arrow. Then embraced he his daughter, kissing her on the forehead and the eyes, and tightening the girdle of his robe, departed, with the name of Allah on his lips, in the direction of the city. So Shibli Bagarag called to him the 2 genii, and his command was, Soar, ye slaves of the sword, till the range of earth and its mountains and seas and deserts are a cluster in the orb of the eye. Shiraz, conspicuous as a rose among garlands, and the ruby consorted with other gems in a setting. In Shiraz, or the country adjoining, ye will come upon one Baba Mustapha by name, and if he be alone, ye may recognize him by his forlorn look and the hang of his cheeks, his vacancy as of utter abandonment. If in company, 'twill be the only talker that's he. Seize on him, give him a taste of thin air, and deposit him without speech on the roof of a palace, where ye will see Feshnavat in yonder city. This do ere the shadows of the palm tree by the well in the plain move up the mounds that enclose the fortified parts. Cried Karavejis and Vitrabush, To hear is to obey. Up into the sky like two bright balls tossed by jugglers the two genii shot, and watching them, Noorna bin Noorka said, "My life, there is a third wanting, Ravejura, and with aid of the three, earth could have planted no obstruction to thy stroke. But thou wert tempted by the third temptation in Aklis, and left not the hall in triumph, the hall of the duping brides." He answered, "That is so, my soul, and the penalty is mine, by which I am made to employ deceits ere I strike." And she said, "'Tis to the generosity of Gulrevaz thou ownst Karavejis and Vijravush, and I think she was generous, seeing thee true to me in love, she that hath sorrows." So he said, "What of the sorrows of Gulrevaz? Tell me of them." But she said, "Nay, O my betrothed, wouldst thou have this tongue blistered and a consuming spark shot against this bosom?" Then he said, "Make it clear to me." She put her mouth to his ears, saying, "There is a curse on whoso telleth of things in Aklis, and to tattle of the seven and their sister forerunneth wretchedness." Surely he stooped to that fair creature and folded her to his heart, his whole soul heaving to her. And he cried again and again, "Shall harm hap to thee through me? By Allah, no!" And he closed the privileged arm of the bridegroom around her waist, that had the yieldingness of the willow branchlet, the flowingness of the summer sea wave, and seemed as 'twere melting honey like at the first gentle pressure. She leaned her head shyly on his shoulder, yet confiding in his faithfulness. It was that she was shy of the great bliss in her bosom, and was made timid by the fervour of her affection, as is sung: "Deeper than the source of blushes is the power that makes them start. Up in floods the red stream rushes at one whisper of the heart." And it is sung in words presented to the youth as he surveyed her: "O beauty of the bride, O beauty of the bride, her bashful joys like serpents sting her tenderness to tears. Her hopes are sleeping eagles in the shining of the spheres. O beauty of the bride, O beauty of the bride. And she's a lapping antelope that from her image flees, and she's a dove caught in two hands to pant as she shall please. O beauty of the bride, O beauty of the bride. Like torrents over paradise her lengthy tresses roll. She moves as though a swaying rose, and chids her hasty soul. The thing she will, that will she not, yet can no will control. O beauty, beauty, beauty of the bride." They were thus together, Abarak leaning under one wing of Kuruk for shade up on the slope of the hill, and Shibli Bagarag called to him, "Ho, Abarak! Look if there be aught impending over the city." So he arose and looked, crying, "One with plunging legs high up in air over the city between two bright bodies." Shibli Bagarag exclaimed, "'Tis well! The second chapter of the event is opened, so call it, thou that tellest of the shaving of Shagpat. It will be the shortest." Then said he, "The shadow of yonder palm is now a slanted spear up the looped wall of the city. Now the time of Shagpat's triumph and his greatest majesty will be when yonder walls chase the shadow of the palm up this hill, and then will Baba Mustapha be joining the chorus of creatures that shriek toward even ere they snooze. There's not an ape in the woods, not hyena in the forest, nor birds on the branches, nor frogs in the marsh that will outnoise Baba Mustapha under the thong. Wullahy, 'twill grieve his soul in aftertime when he sitteth secure in honours, coated with 1,000 years at his bidding, that so much breath scaped him without toll of the tongue. But as the poet says truly, the chariot of events lifteth many dusty heels, and many, high and of renown, it crusheth with its wheels. Wah! I have had my share of the thong, and am I, master of the event, to be squeamish in attaining an end by its means? Nay, by the sword." Thereat he strode once again to the summit of the hill, and in a moment the Genie fronted him like two short arrows quivering from the flight. So he cried, "It is done?" They answered, "In faithfulness." So he beckoned to Noorna, and she came forward swiftly to him, exclaiming, I read the plot and the thing required of me, so say not, but embrace me ere I leave thee, my betrothed, my master." He embraced her and led her to where the Genie stood. Then said he to the Genie, "Convey her to the city, O ye slaves of the sword, and watch over her there. If ye let but an evil wind ruffle the hair of her head, lo, I sever ye with a stroke that shaketh the underworlds. Remain by her till the shrieks of Baba Mustapha greet ye, and then will follow commotion among the crowd and cries for Shagpat to show himself to the people. Cries also of death to Feshnavat, and there will be an assembly in the King's Hall of Justice. Thither lead ye my betrothed and watch over her." And he said to Noorna, "Thou knowest my design." So she said, "When condemnation is passed on Feshnavat, that I appear in the hall as bride of Shagpat, and so rescue him that is my father." And she cried, "O fair delightful time that is coming! My happiness and thy honour on earth dateth from it. Farewell, O my betrothed, beloved youth. Eyes of mine, these Genii will be by, and there's no cause for fear or sorrow, and 'tis for thee to look like morning that speeds the march of light. Thou, my betrothed, art thou not all that enslaveth the heart of a woman?" Cried Shibli Bagarag, "And thou, O Noorna, all that enraptureth the soul of man. Allah keep thee, my life." Lo, while they were wasting the rich love in their hearts, the Genie rose up with Noorna, and she, waving her hand to him, was soon distant and as the white breast of a bird turned to the sun. Then went he to where Abarak was leaning, and summoned Koorookh, and the twain mounted him, and rose up high over the city of Shagpat to watch the ripening of the event, as a vulture watcheth over the desert. End of chapter 20. Recording by Gabriel Glenn.
Section 27 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith, Chapter 21, Part 1. The Dish of Pomegranate Grain. Now in the city of Shagpat, Kadza, spouse of Shagpat, she that had belaboured Shibli Bagarag, had a dream while these things were doing, and it was a dream of danger and portent to the glory of her eyes, Shagpat. So at the hour when he was revealed to Shibli Bagarag, made luminous by the beams of Aklis, Kadza went to an inner chamber, and greased her hands and her eyelids, and drank of a phial, and commenced tugging at a brass ring fixed in the floor, and it yielded and displayed an opening, over which she stooped the upper half of her leanness, and pitching her note high, called "Karaz!" After that she rose and retreated from the hole hastily, and in the winking of an eye it was filled, as 'twere a pillar of black smoke, by the body of the Genie, he breathing hard with mighty travel. So he cried to her between his pantings and puffings, "Speak! Where am I wanted, and for what?" Now Kadza was affrighted at the terribleness of his manner, and the great smell of the Genie was an intoxication in her nostril, so that she reeled and could just falter out, "Danger to the Identical!" Then he, in a voice like claps of thunder, "Out with it!" She answered beseechingly, "'Tis a dream I had, O Genie, a dream of danger to him." While she spake, the Genie clenched his fists, and stamped so that the palace shook and the earth under it, exclaiming, "O abominable Kadza! A dream, is it? Another dream? Wilt thou cease dreaming awhile, thou silly woman? Know I not he that's powerful against us is an Aklis, crowned ape, and that his spells are gone? And I was distilling drops to defy the sword and strengthen Shagpat from assault, yet bringest thou me from my labour by the putrid sea with thy accursed dream." Thereat he frowned and shot fire at her from his eyes, so that she singed, and the room thickened with a horrible smell of burning. She feared greatly and trembled, but he cooled himself against the air, crying presently in a diminished voice, "Let's hear this dream, thou foolish Kadza. 'Tis as well to hear it. Probably Rebesquerat hath sent thee some sign from Aklis, where she ferrieth a term. What's that saying? A woman's at the core of every plot man plotteth, and like an ill-reared fruit, first at the core it rotteth. So out with it, thou Kadza. Now the urgency of that she had dreamed overcame fear in Kadza, and she said, O great Genie and terrible, my dream was this. Lo, I saw an assemblage of the beasts of the forests, and them that inhabit wild places. And there was the elephant, and the rhinoceros, and the hippopotamus, and the camel, and the camelopard, and the serpent, and the striped tiger. Also the antelope, the hyena, the jackal, and above them, eminent in majesty, the lion. Surely he sat as 'twere on a high seat, and they like suppliants thronging the presence. This I saw, the heart on my ribs beating for Shagpat. And there appeared among the beasts a monkey all ajoint with tricks, jerking with malice, he looking as 'twere hungry for the doing of things detestable. And the lion scorned him, and I marked him ridicule the lion. 'Twas so. And the lion began to scowl, and the other beasts marked the displeasure of the lion. Then chased they that monkey from the presence, and for a while he was absent, and the lion sat in his place gravely, with calm, receiving homage of the other beasts. And down to his feet came the eagle that's lord of air, and before him kneeled the great elephant, and the subtle serpent eyed him with awe. But soon did that monkey, the wretched animal, reappear, and there was no peace for the lion, he worrying till close within stretch of the lion's paw. Wah! The lion might have crushed him, but that he's magnanimous. And so it was that as the monkey advanced, the lion roared to him, Begone! And the monkey cried, Who commandeth? So the lion roared, The King of Beasts, and thy king. Then that monkey cried, Homage to the King of Beasts and my king, Allah keep him in his seat, and I would he were visible. So the lion roared, He sitteth here acknowledged, thou graceless animal, and he's before thee apparent. Then the monkey affected eagerness, and gazed about him, and peered on this beast and on that, exclaiming like one that's injured and under slight, What's this I've done, and wherein have I offended, that he should be hidden from me when pointed out? So the lion roared, 'Tis where I sit, thou offensive monkey. Then that monkey in the upper pitch of amazement, Thou! Is it for created thing to acknowledge a king without a tail? And, O beasts of the forest and the wilderness, how say ye? Am I to blame that I bow not to one that hath it not? Upon that the lion rose, and roared in the extreme of his wrath, but the word he was about to utter was checked in him, for 'twas manifest that where he would have lashed a tail he shook a stump, wagging it as the dog doth. Lo, when the lion saw that, his majesty melted from him, and in a moment the plumpness of content and prosperity forsook him, so that his tawny skin hung flabbily, and his jaw drooped, and shame deprived him of stateliness. Abashed was he. Now, seeing the lion ashamed in this manner, my heart beat violently for Shagpat, so that I awoke with the strength of its beating, and 'twas hidden from me whether the monkey was punished by the lion, or exalted by the other beasts in his place, or how came it that the lion's tail was lost, witched from him by that villain of mischief, the monkey. But, O great Genie, I knew there was a lion among men reverenced and with enemies, that lion, he that espoused me and my glory, Shagpat. 'Twas enough to know that, and tremble at the omen of my dream, O Genie. Wherefore I thought it well to summon thee here, that thou mightest set a guard over Shagpat, and shield him from the treacheries that beset him. When Kadza had ceased speaking, the Genie glowered at her a while in silence. Then said he, What creature is that, Kadza, which tormenteth like the tongue of a woman, is small as her pretensions to virtue, and which showeth how the chapters of her history should be read by the holy ones, even in its manner of movement? Cried Kadza, The flea that hoppeth. So he said, 'Tis well. Hast thou strength to carry one of my weight, O Kadza? She answered in squeamishness, I, wallahi, I'm but a woman, genie, though the wife of Shagpat, and to carry thee is for the camel and the elephant and the horse. Then he, Tighten thy girdle, and when tightened, let a loose hoop hang from it. She did that, and he gave her a dark powder in her hand, saying, Swallow the half of this, and what remaineth mix with water, and sprinkle over thee. That did she, and thereupon he exclaimed, Now go, and thy part is to move round Shagpat, and a wind will strike thee from one quarter, and from which quarter it striketh is the one of menace and danger to Shagpat. So Kadza was diligent in doing what the genie commanded, and sought for Shagpat, and moved round him many times, but no wind struck her. She went back to the genie and told him of this, and the genie cried, What? No wind? Not one from Aklis? Then will Shagpat of a surety triumph, and we with him. Now there was joy on the features of Kadza and Karaz, till suddenly he said, Halt in thy song! How if there be danger and menace above? And 'tis the thing that may be. Then he seized Kadza and slung her by him, and went into the air, and up it till the roofs of the city of Shagpat were beneath their feet, all on them visible. And under an awning, on the roof of the palace, there was the vizier Feshnavat and Baba Mustapha, they ear to lip in consultation, and Baba Mustapha brightening with the matter revealed to him, and bobbing his head, and breaking on the speech of the vizier. Now when he saw them, the genie blew from his nostrils a double stream of darkness, which curled in a thick body round and round him, and Kadza slung at his side was enveloped in it, as with folds of a huge serpent. Then the genie hung still, and lo, two radiant figures swept toward the roof he watched, and between them Noorna bin Noorka, her long hair borne far backward, and her robe of silken stuff fluttering and straining on the pearl buttons as she flew. There was that in her beauty, and the silver clearness of her temples and her eyes, and her cheeks, and her neck, and chin and ankles, that made the genie shudder with love of her, and he was nigh dropping Kadza to the ground, forgetful of all save Noorna. When he recovered, and it was by tightening his muscles till he was all over hard knots, Noorna was seated on a cushion, and descending he heard her speak his name. Then sniffed he the air, and said to Kadza, O spouse of Shagpat, a plot breweth, and the odour of it is in my nostril. Fearest thou a scorching for his sake thou adorest the miracle of men? She answered, On my head be it, and my eyes. He said, I shall alight thee behind the pole of awning on yonder roof, where are the two bright figures and the dingy one, and the vizier Shevnavat and Noorna bin Noorka. A flame will spring up severing thee from them, but thou art secure from it by reason of the powder I gave thee, all save the hair that's on thee. Thou wilt have another shape than that which is thine, even that of a slave of Noorna bin Noorka, and say to her when she asketh thy business with her, O my mistress, let the storm gather in the storm bird when it would surprise men. Do this, and thy part's done, O Kadza. Thereupon he swung a circle, and alighted her behind the pole of awning on the roof, and vanished, and the circle of flame rose up, and Kadza passed through it slightly scorched, and answered to the question of Noorna, O my mistress, let the storm gather in the storm bird when it would surprise men. Now when Noorna beheld her and heard her voice, she pierced the disguise, and was ware of the wife of Shagpat, and glanced her large eyes over Kadza from head to sole, till they rested on the loose loop in her girdle. Seeing that, she rose up and stretched her arms, and spread open the palm of her hand, and slapped Kadza on the cheek and ear a hard slap, so that she heard bells. And ere she ceased to hear them, another, so that Kadza staggered back and screamed, and Feshnavat was moved to exclaim, What has the girl, thy favourite, offended in, O my daughter? So Noorna continued slapping Kadza, and cried, Is she not sluttish? And where's the point of decency established in her, this Lulo? Shall her like appear before thee and me with loose girdle? Then she pointed to the girdle, and Kadza tightened the loose loop, and fell upon the ground to avoid the slaps, and Noorna knelt by her, and clutched at a portion of her dress and examined it, peering intently. And she caught up another part, and knotted it as if to crush a living creature, hunting over her and grasping at her. And so it was that while she tore strips from the garment of Kadza, Feshnavat jumped suddenly in wrath, and pinched over his garments, crying, "'Tis unbearable! 'Tis I know not what other than a flea that persecuteth me." Upon that, Noorna ran to him, and while they searched together for the flea, Baba Mustapha fidgeted and worried in his seat, lurching to the right and to the left, muttering curses; and it was evident he too was persecuted, and there was no peace on the roof of that palace, but pinching and howling and stretching of limbs, and curses snarled in the throat, and imprecations on the head of the tormenting flea. Surely the soul of Kadza rejoiced, for she knew the flea was Karaz, whom she had brought with her in the loose loop of her girdle through the circle of flame which was a barrier against him. She glistened at the triumph of the flea, but Noorna strode to her, and took her to the side of the roof, and pitched her down it, and closed the passage to her. Then ran she to Karavejis and Veejravoosh, whispering in the ear of each, "No word of the sword?" and afterward aloud, "What think ye will be the term of the staying of my betrothed in Aklis, crowned ape?" They answered, "O Pearl of the Morn, crowned ape till such a time as Shagpat be shaved." So she beat her breast, crying, "O utter stagnation, till Shagpat be shaved! And O stoppage on the tide of business, dense cloud upon the face of beauty, and frost on the river of events, till Shagpat be shaved! And O my betrothed, crowned ape in Aklis, till Shagpat be shaved!" Then she lifted her hands and arms, and said, "To him where he is, ye genii, and away, for he needeth comfort." Thereat the glittering spirits dissolved and thinned, and were as taper gleams of curved light across the water in their ascent of the heavens. When they were gone, Noorna exclaimed, "Now for the dish of pomegranate grain, O Baba Mustapha, and let nothing delay us further." Quoth Baba Mustapha, "'Tis ordered, O my princess and fair mistress, from the confectioner's, and with it the sleepy drug from the seller of medicaments, accursed flea." Now she laughed, and said, "What am I, O Baba Mustapha?" So he said, "Not thou, O bright shooter of beams, but I, wullahy! I'm but a bundle of points through the pertinacity of this flea. A house of irritabilities, a mere mass of fretfulness, and I've no thought but for the chasing of this unlucky flea. Was never flea like it in the world before this flea, and 'tis a flea to anger the holy ones, and make the saintly dervish swear at such a flea." He wriggled and curled where he sat, and Noorna cried, "What! Shall we be defeated by a flea, we that would shave Shagpat and release this city and the world from bondage?" And she looked up to the sky that was then without a cloud, blazing with the sun on his mid-seat, and exclaimed, "O star of Shagpat, wilt thou constantly be in the ascendant and defeat us, the liberators of men, with a flea?" Now, whenever one of the twain, Baba Mustapha and the Vizier Feshnavat, commenced speaking of the dish of pomegranate grain, the torment of the flea took all tongue from him, and was destruction to the gravity of counsel and deliberation. The dish of pomegranate grain was brought to them by slaves, and the drug to induce sleep, yet neither could say aught concerning it, they were as jointy grasshoppers through the action of the flea, and the torment of the flea became a madness, they shrieking, "'Tis now with thee, 'tis now with me! Fires of the damned on this flea!" In their extremity they called to Allah for help, but no help came, save when they abandoned all speech concerning the dish of pomegranate grain. Then were they for a moment eased of the flea. So Noorna recognized the presence of her enemy Karaz, and his malicious working, and she went and fetched a jar brimmed with water for the bath, and stirred it with her forefinger, and drew on it a flame from the rays of the sun, till there rose up from the jar a white thick smoke. She rustled her raiment, making the wind of it collect round Baba Mustapha and Feshnavat, and did this till the sweat streamed from their brows and bodies, and they were sensible of peace and the absence of the flea. Then she whisked away the smoke, and they were attended by slaves with fresh robes, and were as new men, and sat together over the dish of pomegranate grain, praising the wisdom of Noorna and her power. Then Baba Mustapha revived in briskness, and cried, "Here's the dish, and 'tis in my hands an instrument of vengeance, and one to endow the skilful wielder of it with glory. And 'tis as I designed it, sweet, seasoned, savoury, a flattery to the eye, and no deceiver to the palate. Wah! And such an instrument in the hands of the discerning and the dexterous, and the discreet and the judicious, and them gifted with determination, is it not such as sufficeth for the overturning of empires and systems, O my mistress, fair one, sapphire of this city? And is it not written that I shall beguile Shagpat by its means, and master the event, and shame the king of Oolb and his court? And I shall then sit in state among men, and surround myself with adornments and with slaves, mute, that talk not save at the signal, and are as statues round the cushions of their lord, that's myself. And I shall surround myself with the flatteries of wealth, and walk bewildered in silks and stuff and perfumeries, and sweet young beauties shall I have about me, antelopes of grace, as I like them, and select them, long-eyed, lazy, fond of listening, and with bashful looks that timidly admire the dignity that's in man." While he was prating, Noorna took the dish in her lap, and folded her silvery feet beneath her, and commenced whipping into it the drug. And she whipped it dexterously and with equal division among the grain, whipping it and the flea with it, but she feigned not to mark the flea, and whipped harder. Then took she colour, and coloured it saffron, and laid over it gold leaf, so that it glittered and was an enticing sight, and the dish was of gold, crusted over with devices and patterns, and heads of golden monsters, a ravishment of skill in him that executed it, cumbrous with ornate golden workmanship. Likewise there were places round the dish for sticks of perfume, and cups carved for the storing of perfumed pellets, and into these Noorna put myrrh and ambergris, and rich incenses, aloes, sandalwood, prepared essences, divers keen and sweet scents. Then when all was in readiness, she put the dish upon the knee of Baba Mustapha, and awoke him from his babbling reverie with a shout, and said, "An instrument verily, O Baba Mustapha, and art thou a cat to shave Shagpat with that tongue of thine?" Now he arose and made a sign of obedience, and said, "'Tis well, O lady of grace and bright wit. And now for the cap of Shiraz, and the Persian robe, and my 20 slaves and 7 to follow me to the mansion of Shagpat. I'll act." So she motioned to a slave to bring the cap of Shiraz and the Persian robe, and in these Baba Mustapha arrayed himself. Then called he for the 27 slaves, and they were ranged, some to go before, some to follow him. And he was exalted, and made the cap of Shiraz nod in his conceit, crying, "Am I not leader in this complot? Wullahy! All bow to me and acknowledge it." Then to check himself, he called out sternly to the slaves, "Ho ye, forward to the mansion of Shagpat, and pass at a slow pace through the streets of the city, solemnly, gravely, as before a potentate. Then will the people inquire of ye, who it is ye marshal, and what mighty one? And ye will answer, He's from the court of Shiraz, nothing less than a vizier, bearing homage to Shagpat, even this dish of pomegranate grain." So they said, "To hear is to obey." End of Part 1 of Chapter 21. Section 28 of the Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 21, Part 2. Upon that he waved his hand and stalked majestically, and they descended from the roof into the street, criers running in front to clear the way. When Baba Mustapha was hidden from view by a corner of the street, Noorna shrank in her white shoulders, and laughed, and was like a flashing pearl as she swayed and dimpled with laughter, and she cried, "True are those words of the poet, and I testify to them in the instance of Baba Mustapha. With feathers of the cock I'll fashion a vain creature, with feathers of the owl I'll make a judge in feature. Is not the barber elate and lofty? He goeth forth to the mastery of this event, as go many, armed with naught other than their own conceit, and 'tis written, fools from their fate seek not to urge, the coxcomb carrieth his scourge." So Feshnavat smoothed his face, and said, "Is it not also written, Oft may the fall of fools make wise men moan, Too often hangs the house on one loose stone." "'Tis so, O Noorna, my daughter, and I am as a reed shaken by the wind of apprehensiveness, and doubt in me is a deep root as to the issue of this undertaking, for the wrath of the king will be terrible, and the clamour of the people soundeth in my ears already. If Shibli Bagarag fail in one stroke, where be we? 'Tis certain I know not the might in Shagpat when I strove with him, and he's powerful beyond the measure of man's subtlety. And yonder flies a rook without fellow, an omen, and all's ominous, and ominous of ill. And I marked among the troop of slaves that preceded Baba Mustapha one that squinted, and that's an omen. And, O my daughter, I counsel that thou by thy magic speed us to some remote point in the Caucasus, where we may abide the unravelling of this web securely, one way or the other way. 'Tis my counsel, O Noorna." Then she, "Abandon my betrothed, and betray him on the very stroke of the sword? And diminish him by a withdrawal of that faith in his right wrist which strengthen it more than Karavejis and Vidravush wound round it in coils?" And she leaned her head and cried, "Hark! Hearest thou? There's shouting in the streets of Shiraz and of Shagpat. Shall we merit the punishment of Shahpesh the Persian on Khipil the builder, while the event is mastering? I'll mark this interview between Babu Mustapha and Shagpat. And do thou, O my father, rest here on this roof till the king's guard of horsemen and soldiers of the law come hither for thee, and go with them sedately, fearing naught, for I shall be by thee in the garb of an old woman. And preserve thy composure in the presence of the king and Shagpat exalted, and allow not the thing that happeneth let fly from thee the shaft of speech, but remain a slackened bow till the strength of my betrothed is testified, fearing naught, for fear is that which defeateth men, and 'tis declared in a distich, the strongest weapon one can see in mortal hands is constancy. And for thee to flee now would rank us with that king described by the poet, a king of Ind there was who fought a fight from the first gleam of morn till fall of night, but when the royal tent his generals sought, proclaiming victory, fled was he who fought. Despair possessed them, till they chanced to spy a dervish that paced on with downward eye. They questioned of the king, he answered slow, Ye fought but one, the king a double foe. And, O my father, they interpreted of this that the king had been vanquished, and that he was victor by the phantom army of his fears. Now the vizier cried, Be the will of Allah achieved and consummated. And he was silenced by her wisdom and urgency, and sat where he was, diverting not the arch on his brow from its settled furrow. He was as one that thirsteth, and whose eye hath marked a snake of swift poison by the water, so thirsted he for the event, yet hung with dread from advancing. But Noorna bin Noorka busied herself about the roof, drawing circles to witness the track of an enemy, and she clapped her hands and cried, Lulu! And lo, a fair slave girl that came to her and stood by with bent head, like a white lily by a milk-white antelope. So Noorna clouded her brow a moment, and when the moon darkeneth behind a scud, and cried, Speak, art thou in league with Karaz, girl? Lolu strained her hands to her temples, exclaiming, With the terrible genie? I in league with him? My mistress, surely the charms I wear and the amulets, I wear them as a protection from that genie, and a safeguard, he that carrieth off the maidens and the young sucklings, walking under the curse of mothers. Said Noorna, O Luloo, have I boxed those little ears of thine this day? The fair slave girl smiled a smile of submissive tenderness, and answered, Not this day, nor once since Luloo was rescued from the wicked old merchant by thy overbidding, and was taken to the arms of a wise kind sister, wiser and kinder than any she had been stolen from, she that is thy slave for ever. She said this weeping, and Noorna mused, 'Twas as I divined, that wretched Kadza, her griefs to come. Then spake she aloud as to herself, Knew I, or could one know, I should this day be a bride? And hearing that, Luloo shrieked, Thou a bride, and torn from me, and we two parted? And I, a poor drooping tendril, left to wither? For my life is round thee, and worthless away from thee, O cherisher of the fallen flower. And she sobbed out wailful verses and words, broken and without a meaning. But Noorna caught her by the arm, and swung her, and bade her fetch on the instant a robe of blue, and pile in her chamber robes of amber and saffron and grey, bridal robes of many lighted silks, plum-coloured, peach-coloured, of the colour of musk mixed with pale gold, together with bridal ornaments and veils of the bride, and a jewelled circlet for the brow. When this was done, Noorna went with Luloo to her chamber, attended by slave girls, and arrayed herself in the first dress of blue, and swayed herself before the mirror, and rattled the gold pieces in her hair and on her neck with laughter. And Luloo was bewildered, and forgot her tears to watch the gaiety of her mistress. And lo! Noorna made her woman take off one set of ornaments with every dress, and with every dress she put on another set. And after she had gone the round of the different dresses, she went to the bathroom with Luloo, and at her bidding, Luloo entered the bath beside Noorna, and the twain dipped and shouldered in the blue water, and were as when a single star is by the full moon on a bright midnight, pouring lustre about. And Noorna splashed Luloo, and said, This night we shall not sleep together, O Luloo, nor lie close, thy bosom on mine. Thereat Luloo wept afresh, and cried, Ah, cruel, and 'tis a sweet thought for thee, and thou'lt have no mind for me, tossing on my hateful lonely couch. Tenderly Noorna eyed Luloo, and the sprinkles of the bath fell with the tears of both, and they clung together, and were like the lily and its bud on one stalk in a shower. Then, when Noorna had spent her affection, she said, O thou of the long downward lashes, thy love is constant when I stood under a curse, and was an old woman, a hag. Carest thou so little to learn the name of him that claimeth me? Luloo replied, I thought of no one save myself and my loss, O my lost pearl. Happy is he, a youth of favour. O how I shall hate him that taketh thee from me. Tell me now his name, O sovereign of hearts. So Noorna smoothed the curves and corners of her mouth, and calmed her countenance, crying in a deep tone and a voice as of reverence, Shagpat. Now at that name Luloo drank in her breath, and was awed, and sank in herself, and had just words to ask, Hath he demanded thee again in marriage, O my mistress? Said Noorna, Even so. Luloo muttered, Great is the dispenser of our fates. And she spake no further, but sighed, and took napkins, and summoned the slave girls, and arrayed Noorna silently in the robe of blue and bridal ornaments. Then Noorna said to them that thronged about her, Put on, each of ye, a robe of white, ye that are maidens, and a fillet of blue, and a sash of saffron, and abide my coming. And she said to Luloo, Array thyself in a robe of blue even as mine, and let trinkets lurk in thy tresses, and abide my coming. Then went she forth from them, and veiled her head, and swathed her figure in raiment of a coarse white stuff, and was as the moon going behind a hill of dusky snow. And she left the house, and passed along the streets and by the palaces, till she came to the palace of her father, now filled by Shagpat. Before the palace grouped a great concourse and a multitude of all ages of either sex in that city, despite the blaze and the heat. Like roaring of a sea beyond the mountains was the noise that issued from them, and their eyes were a fire of beams against the portal of the palace. Now she saw in the crowd one Shafrak, a shoemaker, and addressed him, saying, O Shafrak, the shoemaker, what's this assembly, and how got together? For the poet says, Ye string not such assemblies in the street, save when some high event should be complete. He answered, 'Tis an event complete, Wallahi, the deputation from Shiraz to Shagpat, and the submission of that vain city to the might of Shagpat. And he asked her jestingly, Art thou a witch to guess that, O veiled and virtuous one? Quoth she, I read the thing that cometh ere 'tis come, and I read danger to Shagpat in this deputation from Shiraz, and this dish of pomegranate grain. So Shafrak cried, By the beard of my fathers and that of Shagpat, let's speak of this to Zeal, the garlic seller. He broadened to one that was by him, and said, O Zeal, what's thy mind? Here's a woman, a wise woman, a witch, and she sees danger to Shagpat in this deputation from Shiraz, and this dish of pomegranate grain. Now Zeal screwed his visage, and gazed up to his forehead, and said, 'Twere best to consult with Boodleback the drum-beater. The two then called to Boodleback the drum-beater, and told him the matter, and Boodleback pondered, and tapped his brow, and beat on his stomach, and said, Cruz el Karazawick, the carrier, is good in such a case. Now from Cruz el Karazawick, the carrier, they went to Dob the confectioner, and from Dob the confectioner to Azawul the builder, and from Azawul the builder to Cheek the collector of taxes, and each referred to some other, till perplexity triumphed and was a cloud over them, and the words, Danger to Shagpat, went about like bees, and were canvassing, when suddenly a shrill voice rose from the midst, dominating other voices, and it was that of Kadza, and she cried, Who talks here of danger to Shagpat, and what wretch is it? Now Cheek pointed out Azawul, and Azawul Doob, and Doob Cruz el Krazawick, and he Boodleback, and the drum-beater shrugged his shoulder at Zeal, and Zeal stood away from Shafrak, and Shafrak seized Noorna, and shouted, "'Tis she, this woman, the witch!" Kadza fronted Noorna, and called to her, "O thing of infamy, what's this talk of thine concerning danger to our glory, Shagpat?" Then Noorna replied, "I say it, O Kadza, and I say it. There's danger threateneth him, and from that deputation and that dish of pomegranate grain." Now Kadza laughed a loose laugh, and jeered at Noorna, crying, "Danger to Shagpat, he that's attended by genii, and watched over by the greatest of them, day and night incessantly?" And Noorna said, "I ask pardon of the power that seeth, and of thee, if I be wrong. Wah! Am I not also of them that watch over Shagpat? So then let thou and I go into the palace, and examine the doings of this deputation, and this dish of pomegranate grain." Now Kadza remembered the scene on the roofs of the Vizier Shefnavet, and relaxed in her look of suspicion, and said, "'Tis well, let's in to them." Whereupon the twain threaded through the crowd, and locked at the portals of the palace, and it was opened to them, and they entered. And lo, the hand that opened the portals was the hand of a slave of the sword, and against corners of the court leaned slaves silly with slumber. So Kadza went up to them, and beat them, and shook them, and they yawned and mumbled, "Excellent grain, good grain, the grain of Shiraz." And she beat them with what might was hers, till some fell sideways, and some forward, still mumbling, "Excellent pomegranate grain." Kadza was beside herself with anger and vexation at them, tearing them and cuffing them. But Noorna cried, "O Kadza, what said I? There's danger to Shagpat in this dish of pomegranate grain. And what's that saying? 'Tis much against the master's wish that slaves too greatly praise his dish. Wallahi, I like not this talk of the grain of Shiraz." Now while Noorna spake, the eyes of Kadza became like those of the starved wild cat, and she sprang off and along the marble of the court, and clawed a passage through the air, and past the marble pillars of the palace toward the first room of reception, Noorna following her. And in the first room were slaves leaning and lolling like them about the court, and in the second room and in the third room, silent all of them and senseless. So at this sight the spark of suspicion became a mighty flame in the bosom of Kadza, and horror burst out at all ends of her, and she shuddered and cried, "What for us, and where's our hope if Shagpat be shorn, and he lopped of the identical, shamed like the lion of my dream?" And Noorna clasped her hands and said, "'Tis that I fear. Seek for him, O Kadza." So Kadza ran to a window and looked forth over the garden of the palace, and it was a fair garden, with the gleam of a fountain and watered plants and cool arches of shade, thick bowers, fragrant alleys, long sheltered terraces, and beyond the garden a summer house of marble fanned by the broad leaves of a palm. Now when Kadza had gazed a moment, she shrieked, "He's there! Shagpat! Giveth he not the light of a jewel to the house that holdeth him? Awahi! And he's witched there for an ill purpose." Then tore she from that room like a mad wild thing after its stolen cubs, and sped along corridors of the palace, and down the great flight of steps into the garden, and across the garden, knocking over the ablution pots in her haste. And Noorna had just strength to withhold her from dashing through the doors of the summer house to come upon Shagpat, she straining and crying, "He's there! I say, O wise woman! Shagpat! Let's in to him!" But Noorna clung to her and spake in her ear, "Wilt thou blow the fire that menaces him, O Kadza? And what are two women against the assailants of such a mighty one as he?" Then said she, "Watch rather, and avail thyself of yonder window by the blue-painted pillar." So Kadza crept up to the blue-painted pillar which was on the right side of the porch, and the twain peered through the window. Noorna beheld the dish of pomegranate grain, and it was on the floor, empty of the grain, and Baba Mustapha was by it alone making a lather, and he was twitching his mouth and his legs, and flinging about his arms, and Noorna heard him mutter wrathfully, "O accursed flea, art thou at me again?" And she heard him mutter as in anguish, "No peace for thee, O pertinacious flea, and my steadiness of hand will be gone, now when I have him safe as the hawk, his prey, mine enemy, this Shagpat that abused me. Thou abominable flea! And, O thou flea, wilt thou, vile thing, hinder me from mastering the event, and releasing this people from the world of enchantment and bondage? And shall I fail to become famous to the ages and the times because of such as thee, flea?" So Kadza whispered to Noorna, "What's that he's muttering? Is it of Shagpat? For I mark him not here, nor the light by which he's girt." She answered, "Listen with the ear and the eye and all the senses." Now presently they heard Baba Mustapha say in a louder tone, like one that is secure from interruption, "Two lathers, and this the third, a potent lather, and I wot there's not a hair in this world resisteth the sweep of my blade over such a lather as— Ah, flea of iniquity and abomination! What, am I doomed to thy torments? So, let's spread. Lo, this lather, is it not the pride of Shiraz? And the polish and smoothness it sheddeth, is it not roseate? My invention, as the poet says, O accursed flea! Now the knee joint, now the knee cap, and 'tis but a hop for thee to the armpit. Fires of the pit without bottom seize thee! Is no place sacred from thee, and art thou a restless soul, infernal flea? So then peace awhile, and here's for the third lather." While he was speaking, Baba Mustapha advanced to a large white object that sat motionless, upright like a snow mound on a throne of cushions, and commenced lathering. When she saw that, Kadza tossed up her head and her throat, and a shriek was coming from her, for she was ware of Shagpat. But Noorna stifled the shriek and clutched her fast, whispering, "He's safe if thou have but patience, thou silly Kadza." and the flea will defeat this fellow if thou spoil it not." So Kadza said, looking up, "Is it seen of Allah, and be the genii still in their depths?" But she constrained herself, peering and perking out her chin, and lifting one foot and the other foot as on furnaces of fire in the excess of the fury she smothered. And lo, Baba Mustapha worked diligently, and Shagpat was behind an exulting lather, even as one pelted with wheaten flour balls or balls of powdery perfume, and his hairiness was as branches of the forest foliage bent under a sudden fall of overwhelming snow that filleth the pits and sharpeneth the wolves with hunger, and teacheth new cunning to the fox. A fox was Baba Mustapha in his stratagems, and a wolf in the fierceness of his setting upon Shagpat. Surely he drew forth the blade that was to shear Shagpat, and made with it in the air a preparatory sweep and flourish, and the blade frolicked and sent forth a light, and seemed eager for Shagpat. So Baba Mustapha addressed his arm to the shearing, and inclined gently the edge of the blade, and they marked him let it slide twice to a level with the head of Shagpat, and at the third time it touched, and Kadza howled, but from Baba Mustapha there burst a howl to madden the beasts, and he flung up his blade, and wrenched open his robe, crying, "A flea was it to bite in that fashion? Now I swear by the Merciful, a fang like that's common to tigers and hyenas and ferocious animals." Then looked he for the mark of the bite, plaining of its pang, and he could find the mark nowhere. So as he caressed himself, eyeing Shagpat sheepishly and with gathering awe, Noorna said hurriedly to Kadza, "Away now, and call them in, the crowd about the palace, that they may behold the triumph of Shagpat, for 'tis ripe, O Kadza." And Kadza replied, "Thou art a wise woman, and I'll have thee richly rewarded. Lo, I'm as a camel lightened of 50 loads, and the glory of Shagpat see I as a new sun rising in the desert. Wallahi, thou art wise, and I'll do thy bidding." Now she went flying back to the palace, and called shrill calls to the crowd, and collected them in the palace, and headed them through the garden, and it was when Baba Mustapha had summoned the courage for a second essay, and was in the act of standing over Shagpat to operate on him, that the crowd burst the doors, and he was quickly seized by them, and tugged at, and hauled at, and pummeled, and torn and vituperated, and as a wrecked vessel on stormy waters, plunging up and down with tattered sails when the crew fling overboard freight and ballast and provision. Surely his time would have been short with that mob, but Noorna made Kadza see the use of examining him before the king, and there were in that mob sheiks and fakirs, holy men who listened to the words of Kadza, and exerted themselves to rescue Baba Mustapha, and quieted the rage that was prevailing, and bore Baba Mustapha with them to the great palace of the king, which was in the centre of that city. Now, when the king heard of the attempt on Shagpat, and the affair of the pomegranate grain, he gave orders for the admission of the people, as many of them as could be contained in the hall of justice. And he set a guard over Baba Mustapha, and commanded that Shagpat should be brought to the palace even as he then was, and with the lather on him. So the regal mandate went forth, and Shagpat was brought in state on cushions, and the potency of the drug preserved his sedateness through all this, and he remained motionless in sleep, folded in the centre of calm and satisfaction, while this tumult was raging, and the city shook with uproar. But the people, when they saw him whitened behind a lather, wrath at Baba Mustapha's polluting touch and the audacity of barbercraft wrestled in them with the outpouring of reverence for Shagpat, and a clamour arose for the instant sacrifice of Baba Mustapha at the foot of their idol Shagpat. And the whole of the city of Shagpat, men, women, and children, and the sheiks and the dervishes and crafts of the city, besieged the king's palace in that middle hour of the noon, clamouring for the sacrifice of Baba Mustapha at the feet of their idol Shagpat. End of chapter 21.
Section 29 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 22. Now the great hall for the dispensing of justice in the palace of the king was one on which the architect and the artificers had lavished all their arts and subtleties of design and taste, and their conceptions of uniformity and grandeur, so that none entered it without a sense of abasement, and the soul acknowledged awfulness and power in him that ruled and sat eminent on the throne of that hall. For lo, the throne was of solid weighty gold, overhung with rich silks and purples, and the hall was lofty, with massive pillars, 50 on either side, ranging in stateliness down toward the blaze of the throne. And the pillars were pillars of porphyry and of jasper and precious marble, carven over all of them were sentences of the cunningest wisdom, distechs of excellence, odes of the poet, stanzas sharp with the incisiveness of wit, and that solve knotty points with but one stroke. And these pillars were each the gift of a mighty potentate of earth or of a genie. In the centre of the hall a fountain set up a glittering jet, and spread abroad the breath of freshness, leaping a height of 60 feet, and shimmering there in a wide bright canopy with dropping silver sides. It was rumoured of the waters of this fountain that they were fed underground from the waters of the sacred river, brought there in the reign of El Rasoon, a former sovereign in the city of Shagpat, by their labourers of Zak, a genie subject to the magic words of Azruka, the queen of El Rasoon. But of a surety, none of earth were like to them in silverness and sweet coolness, and they were as wine to the weary. Now the king sat on his throne in the hall, and around him his ministers, and emirs, and chamberlains, and officers of state, and black slaves, and the soldiers of his guard, armed with naked scimitars. And the king was as a sun in splendour, severely grave, and a frown on his forehead to darken kingdoms, for the attempt on Shagpat had stirred his kingly wrath, and awakened zeal for the punishment of all conspirators and offenders. So when Shagpat was borne in to the king upon his throne of cushions, where he sat upright, smiling and inanimate, the king commanded that he should be placed at his side, the place of honour. And Shagpat was as a moon behind the whiteness of the lathers, even as we behold moon and sun together in the heavens, was Shagpat by the king. There was a great hubbub in the hall at the entrance of Shagpat, and a hum of rage and muttered vehemence passed among the assembled people that filled the hall like a cavern of the sea roaring outside. But presently the king spake, and all hushed. Then said he, O people, thought I to see a day that would shame Shagpat, he that has brought honour and renown upon me and all of this city, so that we shine a consolation and place of pilgrimage to men in remote islands and corners of the earth? Yea, and to the Afrites and genii? Have I not castigated barbers, and brought barbercraft to degradation, so that no youth is taught to exercise it? And through me the tackle of the barber is not a rusty and abominated weapon, and as a sword thrown by and broken, for that it dishonoured us? Surely, too, I have esteemed Shagpat precious. While he spoke, the king gazed upon Shagpat, and was checked by passion at beholding him under the lather, so that the people praised Shagpat and the king. Then said he, O people, who shall forecast disasters and triumphs? Lo, I had this day at dawn intelligence from recreant Ulb and its king and court, and of their return to do honour to Shagpat. And I had this day at dawn tidings, O people from Shiraz, and of the adhesion of that vain city and its provinces to the might of Shagpat. So commenced the day, yet is he, the object of the world's homage, within a few hours defiled by a lather in the hand of an impious one. At these words of the king there arose a shout of vindictiveness and fury, but he cried, Punishment on the offenders in season, O people! Probably we have not abased ourselves for the honour that has befallen us in Shagpat, and the distinction among nations and tribes and races and creeds and sects that we enjoy because of Shagpat. Behold, in abasement voluntarily undertaken there is exceeding brightness and exaltation. For how is the sun a sun, save that daily he dippeth in darkness, to rise again freshly majestic? So then be mine the example, O people of the city of Shagpat. Thereupon, lo, the king descended from his throne, and stripped to the loins, flinging away his glittering crown and his robes, and abased himself to the dust with loud cries, and importunities and howls, and penitential ejaculations and sobbings. And it was in that hall as when the sun goeth down in the storm. Likewise the ministers of the king, and the viziers, and the emirs, and officers of state, and slaves, and soldiers of the guard, bared their limbs, and fell beside the king with violent outcries and wailings. And the whole of the people in the hall prostrated their bodies with wailings and lamentations. And Baba Mustapha feigned to bewail himself. And Noorna bin Noorka knelt beside Kadza, and shrieked loudest, striking her breast and scattering her hair. And that hall was as a pit full of serpents breathing, and of tigers and lions and wild beasts howling, each pitching his howl a note above his neighbours, so that the tone rose and sank. And there was no one soul erect in that hall save Shagpat, he on his throne of cushions, smiling behind the lathers, inanimate, serene as they that sin not. After an hour's lapse there came a pause, and the people hearkened for the voice of the king, but in the intervals a louder moan would strike their ears, and they whispered among themselves, "'Tis that of the fakir El Zoop," and the moaning and howling prevailed again, and again they heard another moan, a deep one, as of the earth in its throes, and said among themselves, "'Tis that of Bootbak, the drum beater." And this led off to the howl of Arif, the dervish, and this was followed by the shriek of Zeel, the garlic seller, and the wail of Cruz el Karazwick, the carrier, and the complainings of Dab, the confectioner, and the groan of Salap, the broker, and the yell of Azawul, the builder. There would have been no end to it known, but the king rose and commenced plucking his beard and his hair, they likewise in silence. When he had performed this ceremony a space, the king called, and a basin of water was brought to him, and handed round by slaves, and all dipped in it their hands, and renewed their countenances, and rearranged their limbs. And the hall brightened with the eye of the king, and he cried, "O people, lo, the plot is revealed to me, and 'tis a deep one. But by this beard we'll strike at the root of it, with a blow of deadliness. Surely we have humiliated ourselves, and vengeance is ours. How say ye?" A noise like the first sullen growl of a vexed wild beast, which telleth that fury is fast travelling and the teeth will flash, followed these words. And the king called to his soldiers of the guard, "Ho, forth with this wretch that dared defile Shagpat the Holy One, and on your heads be it to fetch hither Feshnavat the son of Feel, that was my vizier, that he was envious of Shagpat, and whom we spared in our clemency." Some of the guard went from the hall to fulfil the king's injunction on Feshnavat. Others thrust forth Baba Mustapha in the eyes of the king. Baba Mustapha was quaking as a frog quaketh for water, and he trembled and was a tongueless creature, deserted of his lower limbs, and with his eyeballs goggling, through exceeding terror. Now when the king saw him, he contracted his brows as one that peereth on a small and minute object, crying, "How! Isn't such as he this monster of audaciousness and horrible presumption? Truly 'tis said, for ruin and the deed's preluding change, fear not great beasts nor eagles when they range, but dread the crawling worm or pismire mean. Satan selects them, for they are unseen." And this wretch is even of that sort, the select of Satan. Off with the top of the reptile, and away with him. Now at the issue of the mandate, Baba Mustapha choked, and horror blocked the throat of confession in him, so that he did naught save stagger imploringly. But the prompting of Noorna sent Kadza to the foot of the throne, and Kadza bent her body and exclaimed, "O King of the age, 'tis Kadza, the espoused of Shagpat, thy servant, that speaketh. And lo, a wise woman has said in my ear, how if this emissary and an instrument of the Evil One, this barber, this filthy fellow, be made to essay on Shagpat before the people his science and his malice. For 'tis certain that Shagpat is surrounded where he sitteth by genii invisible, defended by them, and no harm can hap to him, but an illumination of glory and triumph manifest. And for this barber his punishment can afterwards be looked to, O great King." The king mused awhile, and sank in his beard. Then said he to them that had hold of Baba Mustapha, watching for the signal, "I have thought over it, and the means of bringing double honour on the head of Shagpat. So release this fellow, and put in his hands the tackle taken from him." This was done, and the people applauded the wisdom of the king, and crowded forward with sharpness of expectation. But Baba Mustapha When he felt in his hands the tackle, the familiar instruments, strength and wit returned to him in petty measures, and he thought, "Perchance there'll yet be time for my nephew to strike, if he fail me not. Fool that I was to look for glory and not leave the work to him, for this Shagpat is a mighty one, powerful in fleas, and it needeth something other than tackle to combat such as he." "A mighty one?" said I. "By Allah, he's awful in his mightiness." So Baba Mustapha kept delaying, and feigned to sharpen the blade, and the King called to him, "Haste to the work! Is it for thee, vile wretch, to make preparation for the accursed thing in our presence?" And the people murmured and waxed impatient, and the King called again, "Thou'lt say this, thou wretch without a head, but let another minute pass." So when Baba Mustapha could delay no longer, he sighed heavily, and his trembling returned, and the power of Shagpat smote him with an invisible hand, so that he could scarce move. But dread pricked him against dread, and he advanced upon Shagpat to shear him, and assumed the briskness of the barber, and was in the act of bending over him to bring the blade into play, when behold, one of the chamberlains of the King stood up in the presence and spoke a word that troubled him. And the King rose and hurried to a balcony looking forth on the desert, and on three sides of the desert three separate clouds of dust were visible, and from these clouds presently emerged horsemen with spears and pennons and plumes, and he could discern the flashing of their helms, and the glistening of steel plates and armour of gold and silver. Seeing this, the colour went from the cheeks of the King, and his face became as a pinched pomegranate, and he cried aloud, "What visitation's this? Howay! We are beset, and here's abasement brought on us without self-abasing." Meantime these horsemen detached themselves from the main bodies, and advanced at a gallop, wheeling and circling around each other, toward the walls of the city. And when they were close they lowered their arms and made signs of amity, and proclaimed their mission in the name of him they served. So tidings were brought to the King that the lords of the three cities with vast retinues were come, by reason of a warning, to pay homage to Shagpat, the son of Shimpoor. And these three cities were the cities of Oolb, and of Gaf, and of Shiraz, even these. Now when the King heard of it, he rejoiced with an exceeding joy, and arrayed himself in glory, and mounted a charger, the pride of his stables, and rode out to meet the lords of the three cities, surrounded by the horsemen of his guard. And it was within a half a mile of the city walls that the four sovereigns met, and dismounted and saluted and embraced, and bestowed on one another kingly flatteries, and the titles of cousin and brother. So when the unctions of royalty were over, these three kings rode back to the city with the King that was their host, and the horsemen of the three kingdoms pitched their tents and camped outside the walls, making cheer. Then the King of the city of Shagpat related to the three kings the story of Shagpat, and the attempt that had been made on him, and in the great hall of justice he ordained the erecting of thrones for them whereon to sit. And they, when they had paid homage to Shagpat, sat by him on either side. Then the King cried, "This likewise owe we to Shagpat, our glory. See now how the might that's in him shall defeat the machinations of evil, O my cousins of Oolb and of Gaf and of Shiraz." Thereupon he called, "Bring forth the barber." So Baba Mustapha was thrust forth by the soldiers of the guard, and the King of Shiraz, who was nor other than the great King Shahpushan, exclaimed, when he beheld Baba Mustapha, "He? Why, it is the Prince of Barbers and Talkative Ones. Hath he not operated on my head, the head of me in old time? Truly now, if it be in man to shave Shagpat, the hand of this barber will do it." And the King of Oolb peered on Baba Mustapha, crying, "Even this fellow I bastinode." And the King of Gaf, that was Kruznik, famous in the annals of the time, said aloud, "I'm amazed at the pertinacity of this barber. To my court he came, searching some silly nephew, and would have shaved us all in spite of our noses; yea, talked my chief vizier into a deep sleep, and so thinned him, and there was no safety from him save in thongs and stripes and lashes." Now upon that the King of the city cried, "Be the will of Allah achieved, and the inviolacy of Shagpat made manifest. Thou, barber, thou, do thy worst to contaminate him, and take the punishment in store for thee. And if it is written thou succeed, then keep thy filthy life, small chance of that." Baba Mustapha remembered the poet's word, "The abyss is worth a leap, however wide, when life, sweet life, is on the other side." and he controlled himself to the mastery of his members, and stepped forward to essay once more the shaving of Shagpat. Lo, the great hall was breathless, naught heard save the splashing of the fountain in its fall, and the rustle of the robe of Baba Mustapha as he aired his right arm, hovering round Shagpat like a bird about the nest. And he was buzzing as a bee ere it entereth the flower, and quivered like a butterfly when 'tis fluttering over a blossom. And Baba Mustapha sniffed at Shagpat within arm's reach, fearing him, so that the people began to hum with a great rapture, and the King Shahpushan cried, "Aha! Mark him! This monkey knoweth the fire!" But the King of the city of Shagpat was wroth, and commanded his guards to flourish their scimitars, and the keen light cut the cords of indecision in Baba Mustapha, and drove him upon Shagpat with a dash of desperation. And lo, he stretched his hand and brought down the blade upon the head of Shagpat. Then was the might of Shagpat made manifest, for suddenly in his head the Identical rose up straight, even to a level within the roof of that hall, burning as it had been an angry flame of many fiery colours. And Baba Mustapha was hurled from him a great space like a ball that reboundeth, and he was twisting after the fashion of envenomed serpents, sprawling and spurning and uttering cries of horror. Surely to see that sight the four kings and the people bit their forefingers and winked till the water stood in their eyes. And Kadza, turning about, exclaimed, "This owe we to the wise women. Where lurketh she?" So she called about the hall, "Wise woman, wise woman!" Now, when she could find Noorna bin Noorka nowhere in that crowd, she shrieked exultantly, "'Twas a Genie! Wullahy! All Afrites, male and female, are in the service of Shagpat, my light, my eyes, my sun, I his moon." Meantime the King of the city called to Baba Mustapha, "Hast thou had enough of barbering, O vile one? Ho, a second essay on the head of Shagpat! So shall the might that's in him be indisputable, bruited abroad, and a great load upon the four winds." Now Baba Mustapha was persuaded by the scimitars of the guard to a second essay on the head of Shagpat, and the second time he was shot away from Shagpat through the crowd and great assemblage to the extreme end of the hall, where he lay wreathing about, abandoned in loathliness. And he in his despondency, and despite of protestation and the slackness of his limbs, was pricked again by the scimitars of the guard to a third essay on the head of Shagpat, people jeering at him, for they were joyous, light of heart. And lo, the third time he was shot off violently, and whirled away like a stone from a sling, even into the outer air and beyond the city walls, into the distance of waste places. And now a great cry arose from the people, as if it were a song of triumph, for the Identical stood up wrathfully from the head of Shagpat, burning in brilliance, blinding to look on, he sitting inanimate beneath it, and it waxed in size and pierced through the roof of the hall, and was a sight to the streets of the city. And the horsemen camped without the walls beheld it, and marvelled, and it was as a pillar of fire to the solitudes of the desert afar, and the wild Arab and wandering Bedouins and caravans of pilgrimage. Distant cities asked the reason of that appearance, and the cunning fakir interpreted it, and the fervent dervish expounded from it, and messengers flew from gate to gate and from land to land in exultation, and barbers hid their heads, and were friendly with the fox and his earth because of that light. So the Identical burned on the head of Shagpat as in wrath, and with exceeding splendour of attraction, 3 nights and 3 days. And the fishes of the sea shoaled to the sea's surface and stared at it, and the fowls of the air congregated about the fury of the light with screams and mad flutters, till the streets and mosques and minarets and bright domes and roofs and cupolas of the city of Shagpat were blackened with scorched feathers of the vulture and the eagle and the rook and the raven and the hawk, and other birds, sacred and obscene. So was the triumph of Shagpat made manifest to men and the end of the world by the burning of the Identical 3 days and 3 nights. End of chapter 22. Recording by Rick Cornwall. Section 30 of the Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Chapter 23. The Flashes of the Blade. Now it was the morning of the fourth day, and lo, at the first leap of the sun of that day the flame of the Identical abated in its fierceness, and it dwindled and darkened and tapered and flickered feebly, descending from its altitude in the heavens and through the ceiling of the hall, and lay down to sleep among the intricate links and frizzled convolutions and undulating weights flowing from Shagpat, an undistinguished hair, even as the common hairs of his head. So upon that the four fasting kings breathed, and from the people of the city there went up a mighty shout of gladness and congratulation at the glory they had witnessed. And they took the air deeply into their chests, and were as divers that have been long fathoms deep under water, and extend and puff hard and press the water from their eyes, that yet refuse to acknowledge with the recognition the things that be in the sights above, so mazed are they with unmentionable marvels and treasures and profusions of jewels and splendid lazy growths and lavish filmy illuminations and multitudinous pearls and shearing shells that lie heaped in the beds of the ocean. As the poet has said, after too strong a beam, too bright in glory, we ask, is this a dream or a magic story? And, he says, when I've had rapturous visions such as make the sun turn pale and suddenly awake, long must I pull at memory in this beard, ere I remember men and things revered. So was it with the people of the city, and they stood in the hall and winked staringly at one another, shouting and dancing at intervals, capering with mad gravity, exclaiming on the greatness of that they had witnessed. And Zeal the garlic seller fell upon Mob the confectioner, and cried, Was this so, O Dob? Wullahy! This glory, was it verily? And Dob peered dimly upon Zeal, whispering solemnly, Say now, art thou of a surety that Zeal the garlic seller known to me, my boon fellow? And the twain turned to Salop the broker, and exchanged interjections with him, and with Azawul the builder, and with Cruz el Krazawek the carrier. And they accosted Bootleback the drum beater, where he stood apart, drumming the air as to a march of triumph, and no word would he utter, neither to Zeal nor to Salop, nor to Cruz el Krazawik, nor to Azawul his neighbour, nor to any present, but continued drumming on the air rapidly as in answer, increasing in the swiftness of his drumming till it was a rage to mark him, and the excitement about Bootleback became as a mad eddy in the midst of a mighty stream. He drumming the air with exceeding swiftness to various measures, beating before him as on the Titan's skin, lost to all presences save the Identical and Shagpat. So they edged away from Bootleback in awe, saying, He's inspired, Bootleback. 'Tis the triumph of Shagpat that he drummeth. They feigned to listen to him till their eyes deceived them, and they rejoiced in the velocity of the soundless tune of Bootleback the drum beater, and were stirred by it, excited to a forgetfulness of their fasting. Such was the force of the inspiration of Bootleback the drum beater, caused by the burning of the Identical. Now the four kings, when they had mastered their wits, gazed in silence on Shagpat, and were as they that have swallowed a potent draught, and ponder sagely over the gulp. Surely the visages of the King of Shiraz, and of Gath, and of Oolb, betokened dread of Shagpat, and amazement at him. But the King of the city exulted, and the shining of content was on his countenance, and he cried, Wondrous! And again, Wullahy, wondrous! And oh glory! And he laughed and clucked and chuckled, and the triumph of Shagpat was to him as a new jewel in his crown outshining all others, and he was for a while as the cock smitten with the pride of his comb, the peacock magnified by admiration of his tail. Then he cried, For this praise we Allah and the Prophet! Wullahy, 'twas wondrous! And he went off again into a roll of cluckings and chucklings and exclamations of delight, crying, Need they further proof of the power in Shagpat now? Has he not manifested it? So true is it that saying, The friend that flattereth weakeneth at length, it is the foe that calleth forth our strength. Wondrous, and never knew earth a thing to equal it in the range of marvels. Now ere the last word was spoken by the King, there passed through the sky a mighty flash. Those in the hall saw it, and the horsemen of the three cities encamped without the walls were nigh blinded by the keenness of its blaze. So they looked into the height, and saw straight over the city a speck of cloud, but no thunder came from it. And the King cried, These be genii! The issue of this miracle is yet to come. Look for it, and exult. Then he turned to the other kings, but they were leaning to right and left in their seats, as to the intoxicated, without strength to answer his questioning. So he exclaimed, A curse on my head! Have I forgotten the laws of hospitality? My cousins are famished." He was giving orders for the spreading of a sumptuous banquet, when they passed through the sky another mighty flash. They awaited the thunder this time confidently, yet none came. Suddenly the King exclaimed, "'Tis the wrath of Shagpat that his assailants remain uncastigated." Then cried he to the eunuchs of the guard, "Hither with Feshnavat, the son of Feil." And the King said to Feshnavat, "Thou plotter, envious of Shagpat." Here the King Krishnuk fell forward at the feet of Shagpat from sheer inanition, and the King of the city ordered instantly wines and viands to be brought into the hall, and commenced saying to Feshnavat, in the words of the wise entablature, "Of reckless mercy thus the sage declared, more culpable the sparer than the spared. For he that breaks one law breaks one alone, but who thwarts justice flouts law's sovereign throne. And have I not been over merciful in thy case?" As the King was haranguing Feshnavat, his nostril took in the stream of the viands and the fresh odours of the wines, and he could delay no longer to satisfy his craving, but caught up the goblet, and drank from it till his visage streamed the tears of contentment. Lo, while he put forth his hand tremblingly, as to continue the words of his condemnation of the Vizier, the heavens were severed by a third flash, one exceeding in fierceness the other flashes. And now the great hall rocked, and the pillars and thrones trembled, and the eyes of Shagpat opened. He made no motion, but sat like a wonder of stone, looking before him. Surely Kadza shrieked, and rushed forward to him from the crowd, yet he said nothing, and was as one frozen. So the King cried, "He waketh! The flashes precedeth his awakening. Now shall he see the vengeance of kings on his enemies." Thereupon he made a signal, and the scimitars of the guard were in air over the head of Feshnavat, when darkness as of the dropping of night fell upon all, and the darkness spake, saying, "I am Abarak of the Bar, preceder of the Event." Then it was light, but the ears of every soul present were pierced with the wailing of wild animals. And all sides from the desert hundreds of them were seen making toward the city, some swiftly, others at a heavy pace. And when they were coming near they crouched and fawned, and dropped their dry tongues as in awe. There was the serpent, meek as before the days of sin, and the leopard, slinking to get among the legs of men, and the lion came trundling along in utter flabbiness, raising not his head. Soon the streets were thronged with elephants and lions and sullen tigers, and wild cats and wolves, not a tail erect among them. Great was the marvel. So the King cried, "We're in the thick of wonders. Banquet we lightly while they increase upon us? What's yonder little man?" This was Abarak that stood before the King, and exclaimed, "I am the darkness that announces the mastery of the Event, as a shadow before the sun's approach, and it is the Shaving of Shagpat." The world darkened before the eyes of the King when he heard this, and in a moment Abarak was clutched by the soldiers of the guard, and dragged beside Feshnavat to await the final blow. And this would have parted two heads from two bodies at one stroke, but now Noorna bin Norka entered the hall, veiled and in the bright garb of a bride, with veiled attendants about her, and the people opened to give her passage to the throne of the King. So she said, "Delay the stroke yet awhile, O head of the magnanimous. I am she claimed by Shagpat. Surely I am the bride of him that is master of the Event, and the hour of bridals is the hour of clemency." The King looked at Shagpat, perplexed, but the eye of Shagpat gazed as unto the distance of another world. Then said he, "We shall hear naught from the mouth of Shagpat till he is avenged, and till then he is silent with exceeding wrath." Hearing this, Noorna ran quickly to a window of the hall, and let loose a white dove from her bosom. Then came there that flash which is recorded in all traditions as the fourth of flashes of thunderless lightnings, after the passing of which hundreds of fakirs that had been awaiting it saw nothing further on this earth. Down through the hall it swept, and lo, when the kings and the people recovered their sight to regard Shagpat, he was, one side of him, clean shorn, the shaven side shining as the very moon. Surely from that moment there was no longer aught mortal in the combat that ensued, for now, while amazement and horror palsied all present, the Genie Karaz, uttering a howl of fury, shot down the length of the hall like a black storm bolt, and caught up Shagpat, and whirled off with him into the air, and they beheld him dive and dodge the lightnings that beset him from upper heaven, catching Shagpat from them, now by the heels, now by the hair remaining one side of his head. This lasted a full hour, when the Genie paused a second, and made a sheer descent into the earth. Then saw they the wings of Koorookh, each a league in length, overshadow the entire land, and on the neck of the bird sat Shibli Bagarag, cleaving through the earth with his blade, and he sat on Koorookh as the moon sits on the midnight. There was no light save the light shed abroad by the flashes of the blade, and in these they beheld the air suffocated with Afrites and Genii in a red and brown and white heat, followers of Karaz. Strokes of the blade clove them, and their blood was fire that flowed over the feathers of Koorookh, lighting him in a conflagration. But the bird flew constantly to a fountain of earth below and extinguished it. Then the battle recommenced, and the solid earth yawned at the gashes made by the mighty blade, and its depths revealed how Karaz was flying with Shagpat from circle to circle of the under regions, hurrying with him downward to the lowest circle that was flaming to points like the hair of vast heads. Presently they saw a wondrous quivering flash divide the Genie, and his heels and head fell together in the abysses, leaving Shagpat prone on great braziers of penal flame. Then the blade made another hissing sweep over Shagpat, leaving little of the wondrous growths on him save a topknot. But now was the hour struck when Rabesqurat could be held no longer serving the Fairy in Aklis, and the terrible Queen streamed in the sky like a red disastrous comet, and dived eagle-like into the depths, reascending with Shagpat in her arms, cherishing him, and lo, there was suddenly 1,000 Shagpats multiplied about, and the hand of Shibli Bagarag became exhausted with hewing at them. The scornful laugh of the Queen was heard throughout earth as she triumphed over Shibli Bagarag with hundreds of Shagpats, illusions, and he knew not where to strike at the Shagpat, and was losing all sleight of hand, dexterity, and cunning. Noorna shrieked, thinking him lost, but Abarak seized his bar, and leaning it in the direction of Aklis, blew a pellet from it that struck on the eye of Aklis, and this sent out a stretching finger of beams, and singled forth very Shagpat from the myriads of semblances, so that he glowed and was ruddy, the rest cowering pale, and dissolving like salt grains in water. Then saw earth and its inhabitants how the Genie Karaz reascended in the shape of a vulture with a fire beak, pecking at the eyes of him that wielded the sword, so that he was bewildered, and shook this way and that over the neck of Koorookh, striking wildly, languidly, cleaving towers and palaces, and monuments of earth beneath him. Now Shibli Bagarag discerned his danger, and considered, the power of the sword is to sever brains and thoughts. Great is Allah! I'll seek my advantage in that. So he wheeled Koorookh thrice in the crimson smoke of the atmosphere, and put the blade between the first and second thought in the head of Rabesqurat, whereby the sense of the combat became immediately confused in her mind, and she used her powers as the fool does, equally against all, for the sake of mischief solely. No longer mistress of her own illusions, and she began doubling and tripling Shibli Bagarag on the neck of monstrous birds, speeding in draggled flightiness from one point of the sky to another. Even in the terror of the combat, Shibli Bagarag was fair to burst into a fit of violent laughter at the sight of the Queen wagging her neck loosely, perking it like a mad raven, and he took heart, and swept the blade rapidly over Shagpat as she dandled him, leaving Shagpat but one hair remaining on him. Yet was that the identical, and it arose, and was a serpent in his head, and from its jaws issued a river of fiery serpents. These and a host of Afrites besieged Shibli Bagarag, and now to defend himself he unloosed the twin Genii, Karavizus and Virajrush, from the wrist of that hand which wielded the sword of Aklis, and these alternately interwound before and about him, and were even as a glittering armour of emerald plates, warding from him the assaults of the host. And lo, he flew, and the battle followed him over blazing cities and lands on fire with a slanting hail of sparkles. By this time every soul in the city of Shagpat, kings and people, all save Abarak and Noorna bin Noorka, were overcome and prostrate with their faces to the ground. But Noorna watched the conflict eagerly, and saw the head of Shagpat sprouting incessant fresh crops of hair, despite the pertinacious shearing of her betrothed. Then she smote her hands, and cried, Yea, though I lose my beauty and the love of my betrothed, I must join in this, or he'll be lost. So saying to Abarak, Watch over me, she went into the air, and as she passed Rabescaret was multiplied into 20 damsels of loveliness. Then Abarak beheld a scorpion following the 20 in mid air, and darting stings among them. Noorna tossed a ring, and it fell in a circle of flame around the scorpion. So while the scorpion was shooting in squares to escape from the circle, the fire-beaked vulture flew to it, and fluttered a dense ring which swallowed the flame, and the scorpion and the vulture assailed Noorna, that was changed to a golden hawk in the midst of 19 other golden hawks. Now as Rabescaret came scudding by, and saw the encounter, she made the 20 hawks 100. The Genie Karaz howled at her, and pinioned her to a pillar below in the desert, with Shagpat in her arms. But as he soared aloft to renew the fight with Noorna, Shibli Bagarag loosed to her aid the slaves of the sword, and Abarak marked him slope to a distant corner of earth, and reascend in a cloud, which drew swiftly over the land toward the great hall. Lo, Shibli Bagarag stepped from it through a casement of the hall, and with him Shagpat, a slack weight, mated out of all power of motion. Kuruk swooped low, and on his back Baba Mustapha and Shibli Bagarag flung Abarak beside him on the bird. Then Kuruk whirred off with them, and while the heavens raged, Shibli Bagarag prepared a rapid lather, and dashed it over Shagpat, and commenced shearing him with lightning sweeps of the blade. 'Twas as a racing wheel of fire to see him. Suddenly he desisted, and wiped the sweat from his face. Then calling on the name of Allah, he gave a last cunning sweep with the blade, and following that the earth awfully quaked and groaned, as if speaking in the abysmal tongue the mastery of the event to all men. Aklis was revealed in burning beams as of a sun, and the trouble of the air ceased, vapours slowly curling to the four quarters. Shibli Bagarag had smitten clean through the Identical. Terribly had Noorna and those that aided her been oppressed by the multitude of their enemies, but in a moment these melted away, and Karaz, together with the scorpion that was Goorelka, vanished. Day was on the baldness of Shagpat. End of chapter 23. Recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Section 31 of The Shaving of Shagpat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith. Conclusion. So was shaved Shagpat, the son of Shimpur, the son of Shulpi, the son of Shulam, by Shibli Bagarag of Shiraz according to preordainment. The chronicles relate that no sooner had he mastered the event than men on the instant perceived what illusion had beguiled them, and, in the words of the poet, the blush with which their folly they confess is the first prize of his supreme success. Even Bootlbac, the drum-beater, drummed in homage to him, and the 4 kings were they that were loudest in their revilings of the spouse of Kadza, and most obsequious in praises of the master. The king of the city was fain to propitiate his people by a voluntary resignation of his throne to Shibli Bagarag, and that king took well to heart the wisdom of the sage when he says, "Power on illusion based o'ertoppeth all, the more disastrous is its certain fall." Surely Shibli Bagarag returned the sword to the sons of Aklis, flashing it in midnight air, and they with the others did reverence to his achievement. They were now released from the toil of sharpening the sword a half cycle of years, to wander in delight on the fair surface of the flowery earth, breathing its roses, wooing its brides. For the mastery of an event lasteth among men the space of 1 cycle of years, and after that a fresh illusion springeth to befool mankind, and the 7 must expend the concluding half cycle in preparing the edge of the sword for a new mastery. As the poet declareth in his scorn, "Some doubt eternity, from life begun, has folly ceased within them, sire to son?" So, ever fresh illusions will arise, and lord creation, until men are wise. And he adds, "That is a distant period, so prepare To fight the false, O youths, and never spare; For who would live in chronicles renowned Must combat folly, or as fool be crowned." Now for the kings of Shiraz and of Gath, Shibli Bagarag entertained them in honor, but the king of Oolb he disgraced and stripped of his robes, to invest Baba Mustapha in those royal emblems, a punishment to the treachery of the king of Oolb, as is said by Abu Esnal, when nations with opposing forces rash shatter each other, thou that wouldst have stood apart to profit by the monstrous feud, thou art the surest victim of the crash. Take colours of whichever side thou wilt, and steadfastly thyself in battle range, yet having taken, shouldst thou dare to change, suspicion hunts thee as a thing of guilt. Baba Mustapha was pronounced sovereign of Oolb, amid the acclamations of the guard encamped under the command of Ravaloke without the walls. No less did Shibli Bagarag honour the benefactor of Noorna, making him chief of his armies, and he, with his own hand, bestowed on the good old warrior the dress of honour presented to him by the 7 sons, charactered with all the mysteries of Aklis, a marvel lost to men in the failure to master the illusion now dominating earth. So then, of all that had worshipped Shagpat, only Kadza clung to him, and she departed with him into the realms of Rabesqurat, who reigned there, divided against herself by the stroke of the sword. The queen is no longer mighty, for the widening of her power has weakened it, she being now the mistress of the single-thoughted, and them that follow one idea to the exclusion of a second. The failure in the unveiling of her last cherished illusion was in the succumbing frailty of him that undertook the task, the world and its wise men having come to the belief that in thwackings there was ignominy to the soul of man, and a tarnish on the lustre of heroes. On that score, hear the words of the poet, a vain protest. Ye that nourish hopes of fame, ye who would be known in song, ponder old history, and duly frame your souls to meek acceptance of the throng. Lo, of hundreds who aspire, 80s perish, 90s tire. They who bear up, in spite of wrecks and racks, were seasoned by celestial hail of thwacks. Fortune in this mortal race builds on thwackings for its base, thus the All-Wise doth make a flail a staff, and separates his heavenly corn from chaff. Think ye, had he never known Noorna a belabouring crone, Shibli Bagarag would have shaved Shagpat, the unthwacked lives in chronicle a rat. 'Tis the thwacking in his den maketh lions of true men. So are we nerved to break the clinging mesh, which tames the noblest efforts of poor flesh. Feshnavat became the master's vizier, and Abarak remained at the right hand of Shibli Bagarag, his slave in great adventure. No other condition than bondage gave peace to Abarak. He was of the class enumerated by the sage, who, with the strength of giants, are but tools, the weighty hands which serve selected fools. Now this is how it was in the case of Baba Mustapha, and the 4 kings, and Feshnavat, and Abarak, and Ravaloke, and Kadza, together with Shagpat. But, in the case of Noorna bin Noorka, surely she was withering from a sting of the scorpion shot against her bosom, but the 7 sons of Aklis gave her a pass into Aklis on the wings of Kuruk, and Gulrevaz, the daughter of Aklis, tended her, she that was alone capable of restoring her, and counteracting the malice of the scorpion by the hand of purity. So Noorna prospered, but Shibli Bagarag drooped in uncertainty of her state, and was as a reaper in a field of harvest, around whom lie the yellow sheaves, and the brown beam of autumn on his head, the blaze of plenty. Yet he is joyless, and stands musing, for one is away who should be there, and without them the goblet of success giveth an unsweetened draught, and there is nothing pleasant in life, and the flower on the summit of achievement is blighted. At last, as he was listlessly dispensing justice in the great hall 7 days after the mastery of the event, lo, Noorna, in air, borne by Gulrevaz, she fair and fresh in the revival of health and beauty, and the light of constant love. Of her entry into the great hall, to the embrace of her betrothed, the poet exclaims, picturing her in a rapture. Her march is music, and my soul obeys each motion as a lute to cunning fingers. I see the earth throb for her as she sways, wave-like in air, and like a great flower lingers heavily over all, as loath to leave what loves her so, and for her loss would grieve. But oh, what other hand than Heaven's can paint her eyes, and that black bow from which their lightning pierces afar, long lustrous eyes that faint in languor, or with stormy passion brightening. Within them world in world lights up from sleep, and gives a glimpse of the eternal deep. Sigh round her, odorous winds, and, envious rose, so vainly envious, with such blushes gifted, bow to her, die, strangled with jealous throes, O Bulbul! When she sings with brow uplifted, gather her, happy youth, and for thy gain thank him who could such loveliness ordain. Surely the master of the event advanced to her in the glory of a sultan, and seated her beside him in majesty, and their contract of marriage was read aloud in the hall, and witnessed and sealed. Joyful was he. Then commenced that festival which lasted 40 days, and is termed the Festival of the Honors of Hospitality to the sons of Aldis, wherein the head cook of the palace, Uruish, performed wonders in his science, and menaced the renown of Zermac, the head cook of the king Shamshureen. Even so the confectioner, Dab, excelled himself in devices and inventions, and his genius urged him to depict in sugars and pastes the entire adventures of Shibli Bagarag in search of the sword. Honor we Uruish and Dab, as the poet saith, divide not this fraternal twain, one are they, and one should forever remain. As to sweet clothes in fine music we look, so the confectioner follows the cook. And one of the sons of Aklis, Zaragal, beholding this masterpiece of Dab, which was served to the guests in the great hall on the 40th evening, was fair to exclaim in extemporaneous verse, Have I been wafted to a rise of banquets spread in paradise, dowered with consuming powers divine, that I, who have not failed to dine, and greatly, fall thus upon the cater and wine sedately? So there was feasting in the hall, and in the city, and over earth, great pledging the sovereign of barbers, who had mastered an event, and became the benefactor of his craft and of his kind. 'Tis certain the race of the Bagarags endured for many centuries, and his seed were the rulers of men, and the seal of their empire stamped on mighty wax the tackle of barbers. Now, of the promise made by the sons of Aklis to visit Shibli Bagarag before their compulsory return to the labor of the sword, and to recount to him the marvel of their antecedent adventures, and of the love and grief nourished in the souls of men by the beauty and sorrowful eyes of Gulrevaz, that was mined the bleeding lily, and of her engagement to tell her story on occasion of receiving the firstborn of Noorna to nurse for a season in Aklis, and of Shibli Bagarag's restoration of towns and monuments destroyed by his battle with Karaz, and of the constancy of passion of Shibli Bagarag for Noorna, and his esteem of her sweetness, and his reverence for her wisdom, and of the glory of his reign, and of the songs and sentences of Noorna, and of his laws for the protection and upholding of women in honor of Noorna, concerning which the sage has said, Were men once clad in them, we should create a race not following but commanding fate. Of all these records, and of the reign of Baba Mustapha in Ulb, surely the chronicles give them in fullness, and they that have searched say of them, there is matter therein for the amusement of generations. End of Section 31. End of The Shaving of Shagpat by George Meredith.